start the meeting. So, Anne Marie, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Jones. Here. Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgil.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And then we will have Councilmember Jones lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wow, you guys sound good.
So, closed session announcements. City Attorney, do you have any closed session announcements to report at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to items 1 through 5 on the closed session agenda. All 5 council members were present. With respect to item number 1, the City Council did not discuss that item. And with respect to item 2B, Councilmember Jones recused herself from participation on the item due to a contribution to her campaign that was in excess of $250. And with respect to the remaining items, no reportable action was taken.
Perfect, thank you. And then so now we're gonna we have a recognition for our Public Works Department for the 2024 Project of the Year for the American Public Works Association Best Award. So congratulations on that. So we're gonna have, and this is for in the drainage, water, and wastewater category for the Bluebird Storm Drain Outfall and Diversion Structure Rehabilitation. So tonight we are joined by Pat Somerville. Hi, Pat, of the American Public Works Association to tell us more and present the award to Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I am Pat Somerville, past president and awards committee chair for the Southern California chapter of the American Public Works Association, known as APWA. Our chapter covers Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino counties. We are the 5th largest chapter in the U.S. with nearly 1,400 members. Our mission is to promote public works professional excellence and awareness through education and advocacy. As part of that mission, the chapter recognizes the top public works projects of the year as part of our highly competitive annual Best Awards program. I'm pleased to announce that the City of Laguna Beach was selected for the Bluebird Storm Drain Outfall and Diversion Structure Rehabilitation Project. Congratulations. A few highlights of this project. The outfall and diversion structure at the end of an 84-inch pipeline that collects over 400 acres of runoff. The structure captures, transports, and recycles all dry weather urban runoff. The diversion prevents trash, debris, and non-stormwater from reaching the beach. The redirected runoff is sent to the South Orange County Wastewater Authority to treat and distribute as part of the recycled water system. Eliminating runoff during the summer also maximizes usable beach space and eliminates the physical barrier created by the stream of runoff. Construction was scheduled in the fall and winter to minimize public inconvenience. But because of that, it also made construction even more complex because the contractor had to divert stormwater runoff during the wet season, as well as build a cofferdam around the construction site to prevent the coastal tide from impacting the construction site. The design integrated aesthetic features and coastal landscaping to incorporate it into the surrounding natural and developed elements. The project diverts over 4 million gallons of non-stormwater runoff from the ocean annually, improving water quality and quality of life for the residents, visitors, and sea life. So on behalf of APWA, congratulations to the city on your award.
And we'll have the Public Works team come up for a picture. How's it going?
Good to see you, Alex. How you doing?
Oh, really? Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now the City of Laguna Beach is proud to recognize and celebrate our full-time employees who have reached milestone years of service and employment with the city during the fourth quarter of the 2024 calendar year. So after I call your name, please remain up here for the group photo. So let's start off with, from the city manager's office. We're gonna recognize Gerald La Madrid, Digital Communications Coordinator, 1 year of service. Aaron Fabian, Administrative Analyst, also 1 year of service. Congratulations, Aaron. And then from Community Development, Jonathan Rusi, who's a building plan checker, 1 year of service. Congratulations. From Public Works and Utilities, Yun Yun Lee, who's a project manager, 1 year of service. And then now we're moving on to 5 years of service from Marine Safety, David Brunner, Marine Safety Lieutenant, 5 years of service. From Transit and Community Services, Michael Litchi, our Director of Transit and Community Services. And then from our fire department, Grant Brady, 5 years as a fire engine paramedic. Where's Grant? And then the final group is celebrating 20 years of service with the city. So also from our fire department, Chip Gilmore, fire captain paramedic. And then from Public Works and Utilities, Pat Nickel, Senior Equipment Engineer, 20 years of service. So at this point, we're going to be receiving an update from Chief King in response to the tragic fire that's going on in Los Angeles, and Chief Calvert as well. So if the two of you want to please come up and provide an update to the council and to the community.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Nico King, your fire chief. I'm joined with Chief Calvert, our police chief this evening, and we're both here to provide an overview of the recent wildfires that have devastated Los Angeles County. These events have significant implications for our own wildfire preparedness and response strategies in Laguna Beach. On January 6th, the Laguna Beach Fire Department was informed by the National Weather Service update that notified the red flag warning for the Orange County coastal region. And this activation sets into motion several activities with our city staff. We increase our staffing levels with the police department, the fire department, our marine safety, as well as public works, and additional dispatchers placed on duty. We have community-wide communications to notify of a high fire danger that's given through multiple channels with reminders of what actions to take in the event of an emergency. Heavy equipment is staged for the emergency use and other construction projects that will impede traffic or create a fire risk is stopped. Our community emergency response team, as well as our red flag patrol volunteers, deployed to keep an eye on the open space surrounding our city for any reports of smoke or fire. An additional action practice is assigning one of our fire engines to a countywide strike team of engines. They assemble and they can be immediately deployed in any direction upon request. On January 6th, the National Weather Service updated its forecast for the Los Angeles County, indicating a significant windstorm. They warned that the winds would accelerate to dangerous levels beginning on the afternoon of January 7th and lasting through the early January 8th. They described the event as potentially life-threatening and anticipated it to be the region's most destructive windstorm since 2011. At 2:15 p.m. on January 7th, the Palisades fire started. The Automatic Aid Resources, our Orange County strike team with Laguna Beach Fire Engine 302 were immediately launched to the reported location on Pacific Palisades. At 3:40 on January 7th, the Eaton fire started near Altadena and Pasadena. At 4:05 p.m. on that same day, the Hearst fire started just north of San Fernando. On January 7th, during our update and changing conditions for the better in Laguna Beach, in the extreme disaster that firefighters were facing in Los Angeles, the decision was made to allow the Laguna Beach OES engine join the battle in the Pacific Palisades. Our firefighters at the Palisade confronted an unprecedented confluence of extreme weather and fire conditions. The ferocious Santa Ana winds, relentless heat, and critical low humidity created a firestorm that rapidly outpaced containment efforts. The intensity of the blaze forced firefighters to pivot from suppression to a singular focus, saving lives. The inferno spread with such speed and ferocity that many crews were forced to abandon traditional tactics and prioritize evacuation and rescue efforts over direct fire engagement. This crisis underscored a harsh reality for the professional fire service. The scope and scale of such incidents are outstripping traditional approaches. The Pacific Palisade fire exemplifies the need to shift the conversation. Instead of attempting to provide quick solutions to this growing problem, it's essential to step back, reassess, and fundamentally rewrite the problem statement. What is clear is that the system in place, while robust, are being tested beyond their design. Within 24 hours, the number of fire resources requested in a single county reached a historic peak, overwhelming even California's renowned Master Mutual Aid system. The system, one of the largest and most practiced in the nation, struggled to meet the demands of simultaneous large-scale emergencies. Despite best efforts, highly trained personnel, the sheer volume of need exceeded capacity, forcing difficult decisions about resource allocation and response priorities. At the heart of the response, firefighters relied on their core priorities: life safety first, followed by property protection. This unwavering commitment provided a guiding principle in the chaos, but it also highlighted the immense challenges posed by changing climate and escalating fire risks. To move forward, the fire service must confront the reality that these types of incidents are not anomalies, but the new norm. This requires a collective effort to rethink strategies, policies, and resource allocation to prepare for a future of increasingly extreme events. As the fire chief, I'm appreciative of the support of both council and the community. In the past couple of years, our department has been able to accomplish our standards of cover study, completed our strategic plan, which I'll be happy to present in the coming weeks, and has taken the initial steps at enhancing staffing, both in our administration and with our suppression resources. We are all anxious and willing to take a closer look at our efforts to make sure we are on the right path and to make sure that our work is impactful. Lastly, 6 of our dedicated firefighters operating 2 engines have been assigned to assist with Palisade Fire, joining the valiant efforts of crews from across the Western United States, Mexico, and Canada to combat this unprecedented incident. While these individuals represent our department on the front lines of this historic event, I want to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary commitment of the professional workforce I'm honored to lead. Here at home, our firefighters have stepped up in every way imaginable, willingly taking on extra shifts to ensure that Laguna Beach remains protected while their colleagues are deployed. This speaks to the spirit and dedication of our team, the professionals who are not only anxious and willing to answer the call when the need arises, but who also remain committed to our community and their public service. Their action is a testament to the resilience and professionalism, and it should give every member of the city confidence in the strength of our department. While we contribute to mutual aid efforts beyond our borders, we continue to provide the highest level of service to the residents in our own city. I'm going to hand it off to the police chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. Jeff Calvert, your police chief. I've been in law enforcement now for over 30 years, and the devastation that we're seeing in LA is unparalleled and heartbreaking. I started with Laguna Beach Police Department in 1996, and the emotional and financial impacts of the 1993 Laguna Beach fire were still very real and evident in our community, and the anxiety of that catastrophe is still felt today. LA has a long road ahead of them. And it makes me very proud to see our community come together to provide material and financial aid. During a wildfire event, the primary mission of the police department is the protection of life by facilitating mass evacuations of people in the impacted areas. In 2019, I had the opportunity with then Mayor Bob Whalen to visit the city of Paradise following the destruction caused by the Camp Fire. This was an opportunity for me to evaluate the management of the Paradise Camp Fire evacuation, and the challenges they faced were eye-opening and chilling. It was a surreal scene. They had a robust evacuation plan in place. How many personnel in each intersection, how many cones in each intersection. But they weren't able to execute it because the speed of the fire limited personnel, utility poles falling across roadways, power loss, and the evacuation of their dispatch center. Public Works literally had to use heavy equipment like in LA to move live power lines and vehicles from the roadways so people could escape and allow emergency responders to enter the city. You could actually see large holes in the asphalt where the cars burned into the pavement. The City Council created the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Fire Safety Subcommittee led by council members Bob Whalen and Sue Kemp. And to date, the city has invested more than $25 million to improve our mitigation efforts. One of the recommendations from the subcommittee was the contract with KLD Engineering to conduct an evacuation study. The study helped us understand how long it will take to evacuate our city, accounting for variables like time of day, road closures, access impaired neighborhoods, and contraflow. The study revealed that under normal roadway conditions, with no roadway hazards like stalled vehicles, trees or power lines blocking the road, it will take 4 hours and 20 minutes to evacuate our community. If Laguna Canyon Road and North Coast Highway are rendered unavailable, you can add 4 hours to that calculation. Just to put it into perspective, the devastation that occurred in Lahaina, Maui, City of Paradise, and the Pacific Palisades took place within 4 hours because of the high winds. Like Laguna, each of these communities have limited evacuation routes. Our current city evacuation plan breaks the city into 20 evacuation management zones. The maps of these zones are located on the city website along with the evacuation routes. Please go to the website, know the name of your zone, have a go bag. So when you receive an evacuation warning or order through our alert and warning systems like Nixle, wireless emergency alert, or social media, you will be prepared to leave. What's the difference between a warning and an order? Evacuation warning means there is a potential threat to life or property, and you need to start making preparations for an evacuation order. If there's an evacuation order, That means there's imminent life to threat of life and property. People in these areas need to gather their essential needs and start leaving. We utilized our evacuation plan during the 2018 Aliso fire and successfully evacuated and repopulated 2 of the zones which had approximately 1,500 residents. One of the lessons learned during this evacuation, like we witnessed in LA, is that several residents did not take essential needs like medication, medical devices, and pets with them. We had to redirect essential personnel to drive them back to their homes. In LA, they were quickly overwhelmed with these requests and just stopped assisting. We also used this plan in the 2021 Emerald Fire and the 2022 Coastal Fire. During the 2021 Emerald Fire, we issued an order to evacuate Emerald Bay, North Laguna, and Irvine Cove. Following the announcements, I did a windshield survey with Councilmember Sue Kemp and the city manager, and to our surprise, the roadways were eerily empty and residents were not leaving. If you are ordered to leave, be a good community partner and be the first one out, not the last. Time and time again, we see people wait until the last minute thinking they're going to save their home with a garden hose, and they become trapped. We understand the importance of your home, but it's not more valuable than your life, your family, or the life of the emergency responder who may have to save you. During an evacuation, we'll be relying heavily on outside agency assistance. We have outstanding relationships with our mutual aid police partners who will be assisting us with evacuations and traffic control. We also created mutual aid agreements with Newport and Irvine to utilize their emergency operations center if we have to evacuate City Hall. And we are currently creating an alternate EOC location at the Community and Recreation Center. I've said it before publicly, one of the single greatest threats facing our community is our above-ground utility poles. This is evidenced by the fire in Lahaina, Maui, the City of Paradise Camp Fire, and the Laguna Beach Emerald Fire. All of these cities have limited evacuation routes, and because the above-ground power poles either ignited, fell in the wind, or burned, it limited their ability to push out mass notifications, crippled escape routes, and hindered ingress for emergency responders. Almost 200 people perished in the Maui and Paradise fires combined, causing more than $20 billion in property damage and economic loss. Sadly, 24 people and counting have died in the LA fires, and the cost to restore those communities may break new historic records. I appreciate Councilmember Whalen's leadership back in 2018 to have Measure P placed on the ballot. This would have increased our sales tax by 1% to fund undergrounding. I did a little math, and based on the projections, the city would now have $36 million to underground our utilities. But the measure did not receive 2/3 of the votes needed for a special tax. It's not if, but when a fire will happen again, and preparation is critical to mitigating property loss and preventing deaths. We have been proactive as a city to invest in wildland fire mitigation measures, but the question we should be asking ourselves is how can we afford not to address the threat of our overhead lines? Unfortunately, it takes a catastrophe to make disaster preparedness a priority. Let's not be that community. In closing, I want to thank the men and women of our police department who have taken time away from their families to upstaff during red flag days and high winds, and the Fire Watch team and CERT who have helped patrol our wilderness areas. Thank you.
Well said, and thank you both. I have some comments that I'll save for after we hear from the public and general public comments, but are there any specific questions to either of the chiefs right now?
First of all, thank you both for excellent presentations. Chief King, I just had a question. Do we know how long our engines will be deployed, and will at some point they change out the crews?
The commitment is 14 days from the date of deployment, and we'll look towards rotating those crews if they're kept beyond that. we know that they're hanging on to all their resources right now because of the second wind event that they're going through. But we should start to see, hopefully, the release of some of the resources in the coming days.
Sue?
Yeah, do we have, I was looking at the weather report. Do we have any predictions for high wind here?
We don't. Over the next couple of days, they're still predicting red flag, high winds and inland Orange County, and of course, LA and north of there in Ventura County, but it's not impacting Orange County coastal.
Okay.
Yep.
Good report, you guys. Thanks very much for doing that.
I want to echo what you folks are saying. That was an excellent presentation, but also just thank both of you for your leadership of these teams. I can feel how dedicated you guys are to keeping all of us safe, and I thank you for that. Chief King, can you talk a little bit about the priority, if it is a priority, of undergrounding power lines that might not be on roads, right? Like I'm thinking about the fire road between Arch Beach Heights and Top of the World. Would that be a priority? Is it important?
It is important. That's a place where the high winds are going to have an impact, not only for an ignition, but if we had to use the fire roads for egress, emergency egress, and access for emergency equipment.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And Dave, I think this is more a question for you. Can you give us just a quick update on undergrounding of Laguna Canyon Road?
Sure. So we're progressing, have been progressing with the design plan that involves both restructuring and redesign of the road with the utilities placed underneath them. That, of course, requires right now, at least, a relinquishment of the road by Caltrans. Caltrans does not allow, by policy, placement of utilities underneath its facilities. So I also think it's something we should take advantage of this opportunity and see if we can get Caltrans to change its mind and say, can you keep the road and put the utilities underneath it? But the most recent activity there, the Public Works team and I met with Caltrans to talk about what they would give us in terms of revenue for state of good repair in advance of the relinquishment effort. So that's proceeding, as well as the design finalization, which will come to you soon, for the recommended design for the road, which includes underground utilities. Thanks.
I just want to share, I mean, in light of the Chief Calvert's comments, since we're on the topic, I was going to hold this, but there's an article in the LA Times today about the potential causes, and of course, they say it'll take months to pinpoint the exact causes, but there were some quotes from Dean Flores, who was, he is currently a member of the California Air Resources Board, and he's a former state senator, and I just thought his comments so encapsulated what I've been saying and others here at the city have been saying for so many years. And here's what he says: the past has taught us that utility equipment is a leading cause of California's deadliest wildfires. This historical pattern cannot be ignored when discussing preventative measures, he said. The real issue here isn't just how these fires might have started, but how preventable they might have been. And then he goes on to talk a little bit about the the PUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, has undercut the wildfire prevention strategies by reducing funding for programs to put power transmission lines underground. Yes, undergrounding is expensive, he said, at $3 million to $4 million per mile, but it pales in comparison to the catastrophic costs of wildfires like those devastating Los Angeles County, which can easily exceed $500 billion in damages. He said he believes the CPUC has inadvertently allowed these risks to persist by favoring, quote, lower cost, less effective strategies such as insulated wires and vegetation management while deprioritizing undergrounding. The utilities, Southern California Edison and PG&E, have made some progress in reducing fire risks by undergrounding some of the lines, but he said, but the CPUC's funding cuts have forced utilities to reduce these efforts, and that even SCE's modest plan to put 100 miles underground this year is at risk because the PUC has to approve these undergrounding, the funding for this undergrounding by the utilities. So I couldn't agree more with what the chiefs have said, that, we've been here locally talking about this for years now. And hopefully with this tragic event and, you know, the two of the three fires now being potentially being investigated for potential utility caused, being the cause of the fires. As a community, we just are going to need to really take a serious look at this. It's going to cost money. It's going to be expensive. But if you, as Flores says here, it pales in comparison to the cost of the destruction that could ensue from a fire. And we've had the Emerald Fire, and we had the fire behind the
Coastal
ranch,
fire.
the Coastal Fire. We had the fire in 2015. We've had lots of warnings. And, you know, we've been fortunate that, you know, through the good efforts of our fire department and frankly, some lucky breaks with wind, that it hasn't been completely catastrophic here. But sooner or later, one of those is going to come along. So later tonight, I'll be proposing the council consider an agenda item to reactivate the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Committee that Councilmember Kemp and I started. And as Chief King said, I think we just need to relook at everything. We just need to relook at everything and all the rules and all the assumptions and put everything back on the table. And not all the solutions are going to be, you know, attractive to everybody, right? But we just need to have a no holds barred conversation to figure out what we have to do.
You know, Bob, along those lines, I was reading, and I don't remember what area it was, but when they do the PSPS shutdowns, as they re-energize the lines, they were finding multiple faults. That's another reason to get them underground, because they can't just turn them back. People got really impatient. I got a lot of text messages from people who are out of power. But, you know, if they turn them back on, we're gonna have another possibility of a fire. So that just another data point to highlight why these lines need to be underground.
Yeah, I'll just, I wasn't going to give comments now, but since everyone else is, I'll just do the same. I joined the city manager and Chief King to visit our firefighters out there, and I asked a lot of questions. And one of the striking things that for me was very interesting is we talk about undergrounding in the context of preventing wildfires from actually happening, and that's a good reason why we need to underground. And you know, Bob just mentioned the reasons for that. But what was striking is they described fighting two different fires, one of which was in a neighborhood that was not undergrounded, and one was in a neighborhood that was undergrounded. And in the neighborhood where the utility poles were above ground, they had no idea whether or not the lines were energized, which meant that they had to make the assumption that it was energized and that it could explode as they were fighting the fire. So it significantly undermined their ability to fight the fire because they were having to focus on the line. And that's not to mention all the evacuation impacts. So I think we really need to come up with a plan, not only for undergrounding Laguna Canyon Road, but streamlining the approval of our assessment district so we can get the whole, I think we're around in the 70% range for our neighborhood assessment district. So if we can get that to 100%, that's something that we have to do. And I totally agree with my colleagues that we need to throw out all the assumptions about what has been and figure out what do we need to do to adjust to the new normal to keep the community safe. And like Bob said, it's not going to all be easy decisions. There's going to be a cost, but I think the cost of inaction is a lot higher than that cost. So anyway, it'll be something that an ongoing conversation that'll hopefully come back very soon about how we can continue our progress in implementing these critical investments. So thank you again, Chief Calvert, Chief King, and thank you, of course, to our firefighters who are literally risking their lives to protect the people of Los Angeles, but also who are protecting us every day. So thank you.
I want to just
ahead.
take a moment and thank Bob and Sue since 2019, the efforts that they've made with the fire mitigation. You know, we can always do better. And Bob, you answered a question that I was going to ask, you know, just how soon we were going to start this conversation on what we can do better. But I don't want to underscore the progress that we've made since 2019. And I really have to commend you guys for all that progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I totally agree. Okay. Any other questions or comments, or we're good? Okay. Well, thank you both. And so at this point, City Manager, are there any additions or deletions to the council agenda?
No, but one comment. I think, Megan, by the time we get to the agenda items 15 and 16, we'll be kind of combining that conversation for everybody. That's about the ADUs or the ADU ordinances, but I don't have any other changes.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to take public comments on non-agenda items. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes, and we will have public comments for a total of 45 minutes. So if you want to please line up for public comments on non-agenda items.
Good evening, Billy Freed, Executive Director of KXFM Radio. It's been a tough week. I'm sure we're all feeling a big range of emotions, luck, despair. And I think that the fire chief and the police chief put it so succinctly. It's not a question of when, it's if, it's a question of when. And I just want you guys to know what we're doing at the station to be a community partner and to try to keep people safe. As soon as we heard the news, some of our volunteer hosts contacted city officials and asked them to call in, specifically Chief King, and give us an update, which we then recorded and ran every single hour until I had an interview with Chief King later on in the week and went into greater detail. And he's been on my show 3 times now, and I learn something new every single time. There is so much information to impart to keep us safe. And nobody at the station knew that there was a sequencing to our evacuation where we would find out what neighborhood we lived in. It just demonstrates that there's a dearth of information that's being disseminated. We intend to be that community partner to you guys. That's our role, that's our charter. We had 20 people in the station today going over protocols, how we broadcast, who we contact, how they contact us, and building out our own webpage that would link to your webpage to give people that zoning information, bug out bag. And we're not the only ones that should be doing this. Everybody should be doing it, whatever information we can provide. It's heartbreaking to see that, it's just inevitable and what this destruction can do to people's lives and livelihoods. And I just want to say, yes, please underground those power lines. This is no longer a political issue. I have to disagree with you, Bob, on one thing, that power lines aren't the cause. It's climate change. And it seems to be we've abdicated our fight against that, and now we're only going after the symptoms. That's the power break or the winds or all these things, the extreme weather. These guys are overwhelmed. It's just, unbelievable to hear what these firefighters have to go through. And, the blame game that goes around afterwards and politicization because, there's no fighting against 100-mile-per-hour winds in that dry condition. So we will continue to broadcast for you guys. We want you all to know what's going on. You have our commitment. We have a backup generator generously provided by you guys. We went over how to use that, how to activate everything. So any information that you want to disseminate, we'd like to invite you guys on the show. Let's keep the temperature high on this so everybody knows what to do when we have an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiku Terasaki, or local gadfly. As the members of the council know, I sent an email yesterday, based on a Washington Post article saying that people in Los Angeles, various sectors of Los Angeles, had asked for evacuation drills, which were not carried out in Palisades, and which obviously would have been very useful because, among other things, cars were abandoned on the roadways, which then blocked access of fire emergency vehicles, and people ended up dying because ambulances could not get to them. And in our city, where the median age is 15 years higher than the rest of the state, we're talking about people who do not move fast, many of them whom are homebound. So I have been looking into this a little further and see that the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness is a nonprofit, non-government association up there in Topanga. I don't know anything more than what I've read about them, but obviously what they've done is created a community organization that is funded by donations as well as by government to create a state of preparedness for evacuation, not just for wildfire, but earthquakes and all of that kind of thing. I think that it's really important when the police chief kind of makes us as the residents into the enemy by saying we don't cooperate. You know, the issue is to create a sense of community and a sense of understanding where we are and what we should be doing and how we can react under these kind of circumstances. If the wind changes, where do we go? You know, if it's coming from there, where do we go? If Topanga is, excuse me, Canyon Road is blocked, where do we go? All of these things need practice, and they need community block captains, and they need people knocking on doors and saying, hi, I'm your neighbor. This is what we're doing. If you need to know what's going on, you come knock on my door. That's how we can expedite our activities and evacuate the city when we need to do so. I'm willing to be part of that because it's going to take money to do these evacuation drills. You know, we need to pay for just feeding the volunteers and organizing the staff. But I think it's worthwhile because under that circumstance, we create a sense of community and we also make it possible to deal with any kind of disaster in an expeditious manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Nancy Reven. I live in Arch Beach Heights. As you know, we experienced very, very long power shutoffs over the last several days. I'm actually not here to complain about that, but I did want to alert you to the fact that we also lost cell service completely for all of that period of time. So that meant that we could not only not monitor potential fire activity in the area, we could not respond to any evacuation order. And I want to emphasize that as citizens, we could not respond to a pending evacuation order if it had occurred. So you also probably know that the California Utility Commission had required cell phone providers to provide at minimum of 72 hours backup generator power for every cell tower in a high-risk area. Well, that is clearly not being done appropriately in this area. Arch Beach Heights lost power. We lost cell service. Top of the World lost power. Some people up there lost cell service. This crossed cell service providers. It was not a single provider that was at a problem here. It was all of them. So I'm here to ask you to help us as a neighborhood comply with evacuation orders by ensuring that we can get information about evacuations when they occur. I have a go bag. I know where I'm supposed to evacuate, but if I do not get an order, I can't comply. And we're all at risk here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for your service at this serious time. I really appreciated Chief Nico and Chief Calvert. On the preventable side of this issue, I see ADUs being the Achilles tendon here because they have no fire code. Maybe we should address that. On other issues, I see that, you know, as I've been a proponent of burying the lines, but I want to know how it's paid for. And I'm not crazy about the gerrymandering of our town into these different districts where everybody has a different tax rate. I think as a city, we should have issues that we're able to tackle together and on an even enforcement, an even pay rate. I want to talk about safety in Laguna, mainly walking around town, Glenary, cross streets, crosswalks. There was a guy that had an incident in front of Skyloft, and I know it's a big deal. I appreciate our planning, and I would like to propose an X crossing at Thalia, an X crossing at Oak, and an X crossing at Cress. I would like the cars to be 6 feet back from the crosswalk. Some guy was playing with me today and ran his Ford F-250 right up to the line just to play with me. And it's like, dude, I almost get hit every day. It's not a joke. So those are my main issues. The EDU issue is serious. It affects my CCNR. The views and the fire standards are my priority. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Michael Morris. And first of all, I did want to acknowledge the tragedy that's been happening up north, and our hearts go out to all those folks. And I'm so proud that our city has been able to, through the mutual aid agreement, play a part in helping to mitigate some of the danger and the damage, but obviously it's still continuing. I appreciate that Bob is going to suggest reconstituting the wildfire group on a future agenda. And I think there are lots of good ideas that we'll be hearing from both the professionals and us residents. One thing that's concerned me consistently in my neighborhood with the tidal wave of construction that's been going on for the past 5 years is, and as Mr. Orgel can attest to, the neighborhood is constantly littered with construction equipment. And that's not just the heavy equipment that comes regularly on 53-foot flatbeds, but daily for the past 4 years, dozens of pickup trucks take up virtually every street parking that is available near their projects, competing with residents. So I'd make a modest proposal, a low-cost, simple proposal to expand the red flag alert procedures to include a restriction of on-street parking by construction-related vehicles during red flag periods. I believe that we average 5 to 10 red flags per year, so it's really a very minimal request. And the construction crews, if they organize themselves, they could certainly carpool and drop off, but they just need to clear the roadways with just the endless numbers of vehicles that they currently have. I had some photographs that I took this morning. There were every spot on Lower Skyline, Mystic Way, which is only 27 feet wide, and on a good day, the trash trucks can't get through. Every single available street side parking space was taken up by construction crews and residents. And I think that we might consider limiting construction activities during red flag periods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. I'm Marion Keegan with the Art of Fitness. I had a whole agenda to talk about parking, but quite honestly, I feel in tears because I had friends staying with me from California. I have very, very good friends who lost 4 houses in Pacific Palisades. So this parking thing I can talk about it later. I did send you guys all an email on it so you can read it when you have time, at your own leisure. But I do want to say that 15 years ago, our neighborhood was underground, and it gives me a lot of sense of security because there's a lot of trees around there. And so it's just nice to know everything's underground. I think it's significant to protect our community. I've been as you guys all know, I've been a part of this community for a long time. So, I'm on board with everything that they said. I think that our police department, our fire department, they do a fantastic job. So thank you guys for that. I really, really appreciate it. And we can talk about this later. I think, one other thing, we do have at the Art of Fitness, we do have food that we're collecting. We're collecting clothes. We've opened up our services to first responders. So anybody wants to come in and just, have a break on us, just let us know. And thank you guys a lot.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Runagi and Council. My name is Elena Ader, and I am the Education and Leadership Manager for the Laguna Ocean Foundation. I wanted to personally introduce myself, but also to provide you all with some updates and to sincerely thank you for all of your support of our efforts throughout Laguna Beach. We are the ones that oversee the tideful education at 8 different sites across Laguna Beach, and whether it's providing marine protected area rules to visitors or offering ocean awareness activities to students out at field trips, or even sharing our passion for the tide pools, as long as people will let us talk about it and they'll listen, we are there at the tide pools. And outside of the tide pools, though, we are working on efforts for our beach cleanups. And one that we partner with the city on is the California Coastal Cleanup, which I think a few of y'all also attended and showed your support at, which I appreciate. We partner with the police department for that event. And we're also partnering with the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce on 7 other beach cleanups throughout the 2025 year. So we held our first one on January 4th, and within 1 hour, we collected 20 pounds of trash. So we're just excited to continue these efforts throughout the year. And we also are looking forward to our Kelp Fest event, which we hold annually out at the Cobblestones every summer. And we also recently partnered with the Laguna Beach High School for their Flow program, which we are providing mentorship for the 11th grade students that are focusing their film production on an ocean theme. So we're offering assistance and encouraging them to choose topics that affect us and impact us locally here so that they can better understand our environment and how they can help make a difference within the community. And lastly, I'd like to mention our amazing partnership with Rich Gurman with Project O Foundation and the Rivian South Coast Theater. We've recently been working with them for bringing students from Compton Unified School District down to Laguna Beach for the day. So their field trip starts at the theater and they get mesmerized by Rich's videos and his stories. But this is a lot of the students' first time to the beach. And we're able to provide that, and thanks to your hard work and dedication in protecting these resources. So thank you for everything you do for the city and supporting our efforts. I look forward to continuing this partnership. And these are for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council and Christoph. I just wanted to mention that I'm so happy that you are going to reconstitute that committee. And I would suggest that you also look into water systems that could be enhanced for fire protection. And I'll send you all a photograph of a village that I visited in Japan, where they have historical Japanese farmhouses with thatched roofs and surrounded by a mountain with lots of vegetation on it. And they decided for sure they did not want these houses to burn. And they have a robust system of water cannons that they can turn on at the sign of a possible fire. And it just occurred to me, aren't our houses just as precious? And shouldn't we be doing the thing that we know is going to work best, which is to get them wet and in the face of fire? And so I'm hoping that you will strongly consider that. Civic Association sent a number of years ago a plan of a reclaimed water system, reservoirs that would go from the Aliso Canyon to Molten Meadows to Top of the World, and then work its way north. And those reservoirs could be at the ready at all times, not part of the domestic system, but would be available in an emergency, and also to water and irrigate the edges of the open space, the parks that we have with water that would not then be going out to sea. So these systems, I think, will be expensive. I heard that John Petik said they would cost $30 million, but that's only 6 houses in today's economy. And if we lost any of them, it would be such a great tragedy. I'd also like to bring to your attention that the hospital seems to be phasing out without saying anything. And if we don't have our hospital functioning, that's a huge link in our ability to respond to emergencies. The other thing that's been noticed, South Laguna seems to be the place to phase things out without telling anybody. The South Laguna Post Office had its sign disappear about 6 months ago. Now its flag has disappeared. And last week, somebody was in the parking lot and the post office was locked. No explanation, no sign. And so I'd like to request that put the weight of the city council behind figuring that out. We don't want to lose that post office. It's really an important community asset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Lawson, and to quote a former Chicago mayor, let's not let a good crisis go to waste. In any case, I think we need to take a hard look at what we're doing and not doing here. A few days ago, I read a very interesting article. It was kind of an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. It was written by a fellow who's a professional author, I think a screenwriter, who lived on a little street up in Pacific Palisades called Paseo Miramar. I lived on that street for the first 7 years I lived in California, and it's substantially identical to where I live now in Diamond Crestview. What happened in Paradise, what happened in Lahaina, these are hundreds and thousands of miles away. What happened in Pacific Palisades is about 50 miles away or 60, and it is in an environment that's substantially identical to where we're standing, there but for the grace of God, period. Whatever we know what to do. We know how to reduce our fire risks. The fact is that wildfires in a coastal desert climate that we live in are inevitable. They will inevitably get worse as our climate is changing, and it's not changing for the better. What is not inevitable are these wildfire disaster incidents where dozens or hundreds of people lose their lives, and thousands, tens of thousands of people lose their homes. And the difference that we can make there is rather substantial. We need to implement as quickly as possible the recommendations from the standards of cover and study that was completed about a year ago and presented last June. We need to move forward with undergrounding as rapidly as we can. The U.S. Forest Service did a study and basically identified 32,000 wildfires, not all of them disaster incidents by any means, but 32,000 wildfires sparked by above ground utilities in a 28-year period ending in 2020. That's when the study ended. So, I mean, it's a very common occurrence. We've seen it here about 4 times in the last dozen years. Any one of those incidents could have destroyed the city. Every single above ground utility line you see is a potential loss of the city, period. And we have to treat them that way. They're mortal threats. And lastly, when it comes to things like emergency circulation, we've got to take this seriously. Now, I heard Mike Morris make a suggestion, and I don't disagree with it at all, but I think we need to broaden it. The fact is that we've had a pilot program in Diamond Crestview now for 10 years. It was supposed to be a model for the rest of the city. It's red flag parking restrictions, period, across the board on these narrow streets, and it could make the difference between losing a few homes and losing 200 or 300 of our residents in a wildfire because they can't get out. And lastly, if you can't get cellular data, which is totally regulated by the federal government, the city can't do a blessed thing about it. There is nothing that prevents you from just leaving. No one ever burned to death in a city where they weren't, if they weren't physically present. Just be somewhere else. Thank you. Have a good evening, and I want to congratulate our police and fire for all that they do and thank them. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Martin. I'm addressing something that seems to be completely off topic, but since the city converted from waste management to CR&R, the multifamily rates, at least mine, have increased tenfold, and I have not been able to get any results, any information. The lady that you put us in touch with, Ms. Beretta, has not responded to emails, calls, text messages, and we continue to pay the original amount that we were paying with waste management. before the changeover. They are not crediting it to our account. They are saying we are paying nothing. And I would like to see if we can get this matter investigated.
Thank you. The city manager has, I think, will have a response on that.
Yeah, that's coming to the
Yeah.
council in February with an
February.
update. to
Oh, I
the-
thought it was coming tonight. That's why I
Oh, no,
brought it up.
no, February. Thank you.
The first meeting or the second?
I think, Mark, you remember not seeing it all of a sudden, but CCNR, CRNR update. We have it on the first. Yeah. Hold that thought. We'll make sure we get,
Okay, so
right
you'll-
now it's the 11th or the 25th. We have a little bit of homework to do to finish
Okay.
something up.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, this is our final speaker for public
No,
comment.
Chris is right behind me.
Okay, are there any other speakers who want to speak?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a correction. It's January 28th that is coming. so
Okay,
even
January
earlier.
28th.
So next meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Renagi and council members. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to our fire department and all the servant leaders in this room. I'm here to ask for help. What is going on with the fires is not a joke. I don't feel we're prepared. So we are organizing a volunteer committee, which is called the Green Ribbon Project. It was named last night by Dale Gear, who is a fantastic community leader who donates succulents to our nonprofit. And he is the vice chair with Chris Spitaleri, who actually stopped the Emerald Fire. I first began volunteering before our mayor was born with the fire in, I think it was 93. I'm a mother of 3. I've lived here for 35 years, and I'm all about holistic wellness, which is prevention over pharmaceuticals. And I think we're living at a time where we have to live more in harmony with nature, and we have to be preventative as a city, and we have to find ways to work with nature in a healthy manner. So our project is to create a 50-foot thick fire break made of succulent plants. And it's not a fire break, as Chris said, it's a fire stop. It will stop the fires. It will support what's going on right now with our fire department. And it can be multi-generational, volunteer, an activity for mental wellness that leads us to nature while we're working together, hopefully off of our telephones. Also, I wanted to say that it's going to take your help. It's going to take everyone in this room. It's going to take this city council, all of you, so we can work with OC Parks because we're going to need permission. So Alex, or Mayor, it might take you asking Katrina Foley to help us. It might take some philanthropists to help us. It's not really about money. I think that we can get the succulents donated, and I'm fearless about asking for help, and that's why I'm here. I think we're all here at a really special time for us to learn together how to work in harmony with our environment. And again, thank you. I wanted to add two more things real quick. I am a gratitude teacher. I'm a certified teacher, and I was misquoted in an article. Gratitude is actually for emotional mastery for substance abuse prevention. And I will put a retraction in for that article. And lastly, thank you all for all that you do.
Thank you. Our final speaker.
My name is Chris Spitaleri. I thank you guys for your potential support. We've had an animal rescue sanctuary for approximately 50 years, and from the very beginning, the fire department essentially said because of our geography of our situation, they would not be able to help us in a while, or very little, if at all, in a wildland fire. So that made us have to have a solution to save the animals. So we created basically a fire break, which actually stops the fire. We had trees, certain kinds of trees that they catch the embers and they act as a heat shield. And all those embers and with winds, it drops down into the succulents. And there are different rows and pathways so that the embers get caught up in there so the wind can't blow them up and out, and they just go out because succulents, for the most part, don't burn. And then we had other pasture areas that help slow the fire down and cactus rings around the whole area. So in the 93 fire, the animals weren't hurt. Most of everything survived. And no fire guys were up there at the time. In fact, they were halfway down the street. And at the end, the fire chief and the other fire officials said, our sanctuary stopped the fire, which saved the neighborhood on that side. The other side of the hill where there wasn't a fire stop, there's 60 houses burned. They came right down to the fire guys, which cool, they put out the fire there. So and again, I don't want to put any fire guys at risk, so I totally understood them not being able to go up there, and I wouldn't want them up there because it is risky. So that's why we created that system. And in the Emerald Fire, some of the fire guys that were up there after the fact, and just as it was, we couldn't evacuate in time. At that, in 3 or 4 in the morning, the fire was right on our sanctuary, right there. The fire guys came up, evacuate. I immediately went to the hillside because I knew it was a safe, but and basically the fire stopped there. With the help of, they had fire dropping water way further back, but it helped. And the fire guys said, our situation, we weren't lucky. They were impressed with our system, that it worked. So it worked in the 93 and it worked in the Emerald Fire. So, and there's millions of gallons of water going out through the sewage system, mile out offshore. Some of that could be implemented around Laguna, that water source, and create these succulent gardens. And over time, you don't need any more water. It's just something to think about.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we're gonna bring it back to council and staff. So Anne Marie, you have a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. First, I would just like to say that with the focus on fire prevention, I hope more people sign up for CERT. But that's not what I needed to say. Applications are currently being accepted for openings on many committees, such as the Design Review Board, Environmental Sustainability Committee, Heritage Committee, Housing and Human Services, PTC, REC, and View Restoration Committee. But the deadline is for 4:30 this Friday, so please get your applications in if you're interested in serving on any of those committees. The application's available on the website, or you can just contact me and I'll send it to you. I also want to draw your attention to the digital number display that is on the dais. People in the room or viewing on YouTube have commented that it's hard for them to know what item we're on. So we're going to try this out, see if it works and people like it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Anne Marie. City Manager, do you have a report?
I don't, because I think Councilmember Whalen wanted to ask a question about the sewer spill, so I'll wait for that.
I can ask you now.
Well, yeah, I think you want to, I think Marine Safety Chief Kai Bond was going to come up and respond, so.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of people know there was a sewer spill last week as Molten Miguel into the creek, into Aliso Creek, and I know Chief Bond has some updates on that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, just to provide a little bit of a background on January 10th in the morning at approximately 9:45 a.m., there was a sewage spill that was adjacent to Laguna Niguel Regional Park near their lift station. And sewage spilled, and it was a Molten Niguel Water District force main, and it discharged into Sulphur Creek and then just shortly after into Aliso Creek. So as part of the resolution, the spill was stopped at approximately 1:30 p.m. that same day, and immediate mitigation included damming at the Arizona crossing and redirecting the flow to the coastal treatment plant. So Molten Niguel Water District initiated containment and pumping operations after that period, and SACWA coordinated to authorize emergency pumping to coastal treatment plants within 15 minutes of that request. So the actions were swift, and everybody was cooperating as far as dealing with this issue. So as far as the environmental monitoring goes and the biological assessment started on January 11th. So just the day after they started doing tests. Sample was conducted by SACWA, by Molten Miguel at multiple sites throughout the creek. I think there's over 12 sites. However, unfortunately, at this point, even though we have kept the berm intact and built up some sand, we did get a call from Orange County Health stating that there is going to be an ocean closure from Table Rock Beach all the way to North Treasure Island Beach. So there's a closure that was initiated this evening for that area. And what we'll do is we'll continue to monitor the area to assure that the closure does remain intact. And in the meantime, what Molten Miguel has done is they're sending 4 pump trucks down to remove some of the water that's putting pressure on the berm side of the creek, on the east side of the creek. So there's mitigation efforts that are ongoing. City staff will continue to monitor the area, keep the area closed. And then what's the next step? Well, there's testing every day by the Orange County Health Department to assure that we can notify the public when that area will be opened.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our Public Works Department and the Marine Safety folks. I mean, we were right on top of it. We did our part, and this wasn't a city-caused event, but, you know, we wanted to be a good partner, and I think we've really done what we needed to do to mitigate, you know, the impact on the ocean. And unfortunately, as you say, Chief Bond, it got for some of it, you know, permeated through, but I'm sure it was much mitigated due to our actions. So thank you both for that.
When was the last time that there was a spill upstream? Do you know how often it might happen, when the last time was?
Not that I'm aware of. This one seems to be a little more significant than maybe others in the past.
And
But
there
I
are-
can get that information.
There are no other containment basins upstream? The berm is it? That's the only choice that we ever have?
As far as close to our area, I think that is the answer. However, I'd have to rely on information from either Public Works or SACWA to get that more specific information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
No problem.
For the city manager, someone from the public raised the question of the CPUC requirement for backup cell generators. Can you guys look into that, whether that's, work with the cell carriers to see if that could be implemented, if that is in
Yes.
fact the law?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, City Attorney, do you have any updates?
No report tonight,
No
Mr. Mayor.
report. Councilmember Jones.
No report.
Councilmember Kemp.
Yeah, I have a couple things. One is, so on the cell coverage, somebody from, I think she left, but from Arch Beach Heights commented on the lack. So we had a power outage, you know, a number of power outages. The second one was Thursday, I think it was. We had 2,600 homes out. But what's happening is, like at Top of the World, Victoria Beach, up where I live, which is, you know, south part of Arch Beach Heights and Arch Beach Heights, have very limited cell phone service. So a lot of us when we use our phones, we use it over the internet. So when the power goes out, the internet goes out, you can't use your phone. So I think we just need to very urgently get the carriers to get over here and make sure we have adequate coverage. Because when I lived in Victoria Beach for a while I was working on my house, and I was mayor at the time. We had a problem, and I had to run up to Coast Highway because the power was out to talk to somebody. So this has become a safety issue because a lot of people just have cell phones now. They don't have Cox phones or internet phones. So that needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. And in some ways, we're our own worst enemy because we get all particular. Well, we don't want a cell site here. We don't want a cell site there. We just need to get the coverage intact because it's more important than worrying about whether or not you have a pole somewhere. So we need to get over ourselves on that and get that fixed because it's a big safety issue. I think, I don't know if this is possible, Dave, but also when we had the PSPS email alert that they were going to shut down on Thursday, they said, we're going to turn down the acre circuit. And nobody knows what's on the acre circuit. And I don't know how many circuits we have, but it would be good if when we get this announcement, that we can also communicate to the public who is going to be affected by the acre circuit. Because it was like Arch Beach Heights, it was part of Woods Cove, it was some part of Bluebird, I don't know, very odd. Probably historically old infrastructure and the way they structured, the way they put it together, but it's very confusing to people and you don't know what to expect until your power goes off. The next thing I was going to mention is when we had the insurance commissioner here, office here at the end of August, we had a packed room. And the reason it was packed is because people were having trouble getting insurance. I mean, up by me, almost everybody's on the FAIR plan. FAIR plan's underfunded now because of the wildfires in LA. It's underfunded by a lot of money. And when we had the insurance commissioner here, one of the things they said, and so we can be ready for this, is that they're going to start doing this catastrophic modeling this year. So if you want to get insurance, they're going to look at your house from above. If you have clearance around your house, your neighbors, so that they said even as simple as 5 or 6 neighbors have clearance around their house, they consider that a fire-safe community, and they'll give you insurance. So I think people need to get, we also need to get religion here about our vegetation around our house, because we're going to end up not getting insurance. And not only does that put your own house at risk, but it puts the community at risk. So we need to start thinking about our responsibility as residents and how what we need to do to protect our home, along with modernizing our homes in terms of building codes and things like that. So we just kind of need to be, we're going to have to be very cognizant of that. And when Bob and I, assuming the council appoints our subcommittee, that's something I really want to work on. So I also did some driving around town because my power was out and I wanted to see what was happening. So I drove around a little bit and I saw some things that we need to put on our list that I think would be helpful. I think Michael Morris made this. I saw it from Bluebird. They're undergrounding the lines up in Bluebird and they're still working on, they had the trucks up there today. So I had exactly the same thought as on red flag days, we shouldn't have any construction. We don't have that many, so it's not like it's a big hardship. And we get advance warning, so we should be doing that as well. And anyway, I got a bunch more things for our list. Some of the things don't cost very much, which is the good news. Other things cost a lot. So anyway, that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
Just one more quick thing, kind of following on Councilmember Kemp's theme there. We've had, more than a dozen great suggestions that come in from the community already via email, and we've heard some of them tonight, but not all of them. And we're keeping a running list. So if anybody either here or listening, has an idea that would be appropriate for this, mitigation plan, as I said, everything's on the table. So please email into the council, and it will be considered and as part of this ongoing effort. So we've got a really thoughtful, creative community, and some of the ideas, we've heard a couple tonight, have been really practical and really, really good. So I'm sure there are more out there. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing to report. I'll just run through my communications list. Greg Vivian, Merrill Anderson, Monica Thatcher, Hallie, Joelle from the chamber, Catherine Yurka, Paul Freeman, Mike Mariner, Senior and Junior, Karen Phillipson, Terrence Scheckler, I hope I got that right, Ann Christoph, Larry Noakes, Mark Christie, Dave Ship, Todd Whalen, Chris Moore, and Ed Almanza. And then we did have a couple of meetings over the last several weeks, Coastal Greenbelt Authority. We had a promenade meeting both with the retail group and the restaurant group, and a revenue enhancement meeting. And I would like to wish Karen Phillipson a happy birthday. It's her birthday today. So happy birthday, Karen.
And I have no report at this time. So at this point, we're gonna take the consent calendar. So are there any items that members of the council or members of the public would like to pull? And I'll pull number 11.
I'll pull 11 as well.
Any other items? No? Members of the public? So then I will take is there a motion?
Move the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4, and then we have 1 abstention from the Mayor Pro Tem. So now so number 11, that's community development, David.
Sorry, did we have to read an ordinance there, Emery?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What
Is it
number?
9? I think
Yeah.
it's 9.
Yeah, she needs to read the title of the ordinance.
Get that one in there. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending Chapter 10.02 driving regulations of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code by establishing prima facie speed limits on various roadway segments throughout the city and finding said action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. So should we revote on it? So I'm gonna, so the motion was made by Councilmember Kemp and I seconded it. All in favor of approving the balance of the consent calendar?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. So now we'll hear from David and Anthony on item number 11.
Mark can come back. Where'd he go?
Mayor, did you have questions for staff or would you like us just to provide an overview?
I have questions. We should wait for Mark, yeah.
Let's take a 2-minute break. David, you want to get, so Sue, do you want to ask your question first and then?
What would the rest of the council like? I have some questions, but would you like a report
I
or?
think a report might be nice.
Yeah,
You want to give us a report on how we're doing with the backlog and
yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. David Contreras, Director of Community Development. So the staff report provides, I think the big question at the last meeting we reported, which was in November, was when will the team be out of the backlog? Now, what is that projected date? And I mentioned at that meeting that it would be sometime in the spring. We were targeting early spring. And as staff report provides, we're targeting April 15th. And at that point we determined to be out of that backlog. The backlog, what is a backlog? And we defined in the staff report, which provides that the backlog is, in essence, zoning applications that have been in the works for over multiple months, including projects that were already submitted in 2013. But as I've been speaking with staff and asking more detailed questions about the backlog in the sense of how far back does this go beyond 2013. And even today, staff told me that in 2018, 7 years ago, is when there was a shift in staffing and they began to see that backlog start to get built up. So this is something that's been plaguing the division for a very long time. And as a staff report provides, we've identified several initiatives and several strategies that we've put into play in the last 6 months to help us achieve that target date. The staff report is pretty lengthy. I could go into details But in essence, the big picture is that we are moving the needle. We are making progress. There's still some time that we're going to need, and that time is between now and April. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, David. So I have some questions. So are we, when we say we're doing better, or are we just trying to comply with the Permit Streamlining Act? As I know we were out of compliance.
Yeah, so that is the goal. The goal is by April 15th that we would be at that place where we are conducting 30-day reviews on applications.
So if I was a applicant and, okay, so based on your report now, if I was an applicant, would my perception be that we're processing better or faster? Would I see an appreciable improvement?
The answer is yes. We do have some staff members that at this time are processing the first reviews within 30 days. And that's actually already occurring, although it's not showing up in the numbers currently. The numbers I believe we have in this report ran through January 5th.
So when I look at this, so this to me is a very high level report. I get it. But what I'd like to see is where, when an application comes in, where is most of the time being spent? Like, I want to see the more granular data. So what I want to be able to understand is where are we holding it up and for what reason? And where is the applicant holding it up? So for example, if we're waiting, the applicant makes a submission, we send back corrections and we don't get it back for 3 months, let's say. I want to make sure that that data point is captured so we know like, okay, that isn't us, that's the applicant. So that we can explain to the community with data why things are happening the way they're happening. And I think I don't know if you have that yet or you're in the process of collecting it, but I think in terms of me as a council member, understanding kind of where you are and how you're doing in your improvements, that's the kind of thing I'd be interested in seeing.
So that data is not provided in this report. That is manual data that we'll have to put together for the next update. But I can tell you in speaking with the staff that there is a lengthy time frame from the time that we release first set of comments to when the applicants resubmit. And that's the time frame that you're looking for, which we don't have tonight.
David, do you want to talk about how EnerGov plays a role in being able to report that better and tell the community a little bit more about EnerGov?
Sure. So EnerGov will be rolling out tomorrow. We'll be going live with EnerGov. EnerGov, it will be the online portal that allows folks from their offices to submit plan checks directly into the city via the portal. It's an online portal that requires registration. And for those that are interested, we have training that's been set up to help folks register and understand how to upload their projects into the system. With respect to the tracking, EnerGov will be a live system. So at any time, folks can log in and see the status of their plan check and see where their project is in the process.
So would EnerGov give us some of the data I referenced?
Yes. It'll allow for us to track the project entering into the system, when those comments were released, when the project was resubmitted, and then the overall timing of review for the project.
So another thing I noticed in here is on page 3, the third bullet or fourth bullet, where you talk about use of AI to do the drafts. Have we done a pilot yet on that, or?
We've tested several projects. In fact, we tested it with all of the planners, conducted training for all the planners to initiate AI to see what speed AI would provide to the staff for the first draft of a staff report. And these are staff reports that would be for the design review board. These reports are quite time consuming, as you've been made aware. But at the same time, as part of the AI testing, we also tested the applicants providing specific project information that we would then feed into the AI, which would then result and computing a draft section of a staff report for the staff.
So when you tried it, what was the result like?
It was variable. It depended on the project. But overall, we did have success with several of the reports. And when I say it just depends on the project, there's a difference when you're inputting data for a brand new single-family home and the findings that are required versus a deck addition or a swimming pool. But nonetheless, we are still continuing to use AI.
Okay, those are my questions.
Following up on Sue's question, so just to clarify, the permits, because I think we have sort of a different definition of following state law and clearing the backlogs. I see them as two different things. We always should follow state law. That's what we have to do in the state of California. And really the question before us is how do we, that sort of should be the minimum. And then how do we make it where our residents can have quick review? And so the Permit Streamlining Act provides for 30-day, review where you have to say whether the application's complete or provide comments. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
So in the desired time, the goals here, we have on the city side, because I agree, I think it's almost irrelevant how much time is spent on the side of the applicant and the architect in returning their submittals. That's their problem. That's not our problem. But on the city side, that's what we can control. The desired time is 105 to 135 days. That's 4 submittals. Do we really need 4? Because it's 4 submittals as our goal. When every time you have to do a submittal, that means that the planner has to go and review everything. It seems like the goal should be how do we make it where we're having less submittals by either providing comprehensive comments or maybe bringing in the applicant, doing a roundtable discussion. So I guess the goal here that I see is how do we reduce the amount of time that the city has at processing? And so I guess that's my question is our goal 4 submittals?
We plan for a 1 submittal review.
Okay.
If the project is complete and everything is submitted with that review. Something that we encountered in the last 2 months of just conducting analysis of the reviews that are going out and the resubmittals, we have found that applicants are not responding to the correction list that is provided the first time around. And I've also dug into at least 5 projects where we're 3 plan checks in and the planner is still asking for the same information.
So then, okay.
So that causes a 3rd and a 4th review. In other words, we cannot clear the project and prepare a staff report until that data is provided. So I conducted a review of at least 5 projects where I found that. And it wasn't just one architectural office, it was spread across a handful of architectural offices. So that's one element that adds to that additional time frame. And those are the numbers that you're looking at here. So if applicants submit a complete application on the first time that the planner reviews, that's going to be a very short list of corrections that are coming back.
And David, that has happened, right? You do get some, not, we like to get more, but where you do have the full turnaround on the first plan check.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, with InterGov, that's going to help us identify and it's going to showcase to the architects the timing. And it's also going to showcase to the property owners as well, not just the applicants and the architects, but the owners of the projects will understand and be able to review the corrections as well.
Thank you.
Important.
That is important.
Will InterGov be able to pick up incomplete application?
So through the submittal of the portal, we still have manpower on the submittal side. So we do have, I believe, 2 planners that will be set up on the intake side that will review the applications and conduct a brief overview of the submittal checklist to ensure that we have enough information submitted to conduct a plan check.
I've heard a couple of stories regarding the other cities that are using InterGov, and they were positive. For instance, up in Fullerton, that it's working quite well. I know that we have a more complex system, so will it be able to at some point be able to? I'm assuming that you're not utilizing it to its fullest extent right now. Would that be a correct assumption?
We are not live. We're hoping to go live tomorrow.
But even once it's live, will we be utilizing it to its fullest extent?
With respect to the project intake, yes.
So I would be able to go on there and actually get an online permit for some of the fences, decks, things of that nature without visiting or talking to anybody from the city?
That I'm not sure of. Matt Schneider is managing that process for us in terms of what that's going to look like after we initiate the online submittal tomorrow. But I can come back and report that to the council.
I think that would be interesting. That's what I'm told, that the payment, everything can happen online, and there's no communication with an individual at the city for the minor, kinds of garage doors, things of that nature. Assuming that we can get through without going through DRB for a garage door.
So,
Bob.
a couple questions. So is Energov optional, or will everyone be required to submit via Energov?
Eventually, Energov will be the method for submittal. As we launch the system tomorrow, we will still honor the appointments that we have on the calendar. And I believe, Anthony, we have appointments that are already rolled out into April.
So second question is, and it makes sense to me that if we're doing third and fourth and fifth plan checks and we're continually asking for the same information, do we charge more to the applicant for that?
Yes, Councilmember Whalen, there is a recheck fee. The initial fee covers, I believe it's 3 reviews.
Okay, thank you. And then, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney as well, but these pending staff reports, so 39 currently as of January 1, 2025, which is down, from the peak in November, which is good, or October, which is good. But I mean, are those all staff reports that are pending hearing at DRB or Planning Commission? I mean, in other words, these applications have, been plan checked and now they're just waiting hearing?
Yeah, so that is a combination of both staff reports for the Planning Commission and the Design Review Board.
Okay.
But just to follow up on Bob's question, so remind us, the planner starts the staff report at which time, at the time that the planner has completed the plan check?
That is correct.
Okay, so yeah, that's kind of the last step, and the planner writes up the staff report and then sets it for hearing.
So that's kind of going back to one of Sue's earlier comments, which is, what's the entire timeline look like, right? I mean, from application complete, which is sort of day one, to, if you don't need a hearing, you don't need a hearing. But for the ones that are needing a hearing, when do they get their hearing and when do they get their building permit? I mean, is that 8 months, 10 months? That to me is the ultimate target we want to be looking at and shrinking down.
Well, that in our staff report there, that's the 6-month target for, again, a more complex project, a major remodel, new construction that includes at least a couple of plan checks, time to prepare the staff report, and then prepare the other mechanics of hearing, which could be story polls and things like that. So the total time with the city is what, 105 to 135 days, but 180 days to have you're done with design review or done with planning commission.
Right. Now, I understand that's our goal, that's our target, right? But in order to measure progress, I suppose we should know where we are currently, right?
And that's something, as David was mentioning, I'm sorry to step in, but David was mentioning, we and the team have been talking about gathering that information because we need to set a benchmark. Sorry, we have our benchmark. We need to say, just like you said, Councilmember Whalen, where have we been? Where are we? So that's my goal. It's our goal at the next time we report to you is we'll get a understanding of where we are. But it's not in the staff report yet.
That'd be great. I think that's good.
Just to be clear, Bob mentioned, I believe you were talking about ready to go, ready to pull your permit, right? So does that 6-month include plan check? I mean, it depends on how complicated.
You mean building plan check?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a better question by
So
Anthony.
that does not include plan check, just to be clear. I didn't think so.
No, it does not include the building plan check process.
Right. So just to be clear, when somebody submits the application and then there's they're returned to the architect with the corrections. And then if one or more of the corrections hasn't been remedied, then it will show up again, right, for that it hadn't been corrected. And the client has the opportunity to see that
That is correct.
highlighted in red, maybe.
Any other questions on this? I'm going to open public comment. Are there any members of the public who'd like to weigh in on this item before us?
Good evening, Morris Skandarian, architect. And I share the frustration and the complexity of the process, given staff changes and all that, but I think they're on the road to seriously committed to doing something about it. And I sincerely believe that. I'd like to see them consider that we're not only talking about houses and remodels, we're talking about commercial projects. And we've got more commercial projects, some under construction, some in the queue. They need to be treated somehow differently. I don't know how differently. And the other is you have projects under construction that require changes that may or may not require them to go back through design review or the planning commission. So can there be understanding the complexity of the construction process, loans, target dates for completion and all that? Is there some expeditious process that's possible for those projects under construction, both commercial and residential? So you have commercial, residential under construction, you have commercial applications for renovations or new projects, and then you have new homes and remodels. So there's like 3 different pits there, or bins, to work on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Brendan Krigler at 490 Seaview. From what I'm hearing, the only thing I'm concerned about is the streamlining of the process and not a checks and balance for the existing homeowners. The one thing that I have to be concerned about is that I bought all in on our fire prevention. I did easily $250,000 in additional fire prevention at my house, and now it doesn't matter because you guys are going to do ADUs everywhere. It's not fair. And in general, AI makes mistakes. You know, it picks up the wrong word, it sends you to the wrong place. Sometimes when I go on your website, it launches me into 2024, and it's like a little frustrating to assume that these automated systems work well. I appreciate the engineering and wanting to streamline, wanting to make things fair, but you represent the people of Laguna Beach, not these projects. We voted for you. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Christoph, I sent you a letter yesterday regarding experience I had with a design review project. And so I'd like to say that I had a lot of discontent with the staff reports. They're very long, they're very detailed, but they don't necessarily cover the subjects they need to cover. And in this particular case, 309 Hawthorne, there were 5 Heritage candidate Canary Island palms on this property. Staff didn't even note them. They said that there was nothing significant on the site, and that there were no environmental concerns at all. So in the previous world, what would have happened is when someone's getting ready to do an application, they would have made an appointment to have a site visit with a knowledgeable staff person. And I remember doing that with Nancy on one of my projects. And she came out and she talked about all the possible concerns that could come up and all the policies that might apply to this particular site, and briefed the architect and me and the applicant about things to consider as we were making our first submittal. Apparently, this doesn't happen anymore, and that's a big gap. That's a that's a way for people to understand the policies that they're dealing with upfront before they hit a public hearing 6 months after they apply. And so in this case, if the staff had at least put it in the staff report that these trees by the general plan policy are to be protected, they would have started out with a plan for their house that protected the trees, which is very feasible to do. But that didn't happen. So it came to the first hearing. I came up and talked about it. I pointed out the missing links in the staff report. They had a second hearing. Staff's turned in the same staff report. They didn't address that at all. Now, that's a mandatory general plan policy that's supposed to be implemented by our planning department, and they just ignored it. So now they're coming back for a third hearing. They're only saving 3 of the trees instead of all 5, and they're doing a whole plan, which is, they could have done a plan that kept the trees. And I did a diagram of how that could have happened. That could have happened at day 1. But no, now it's not happening. And so we're not getting the kind of results we should be getting from this planning process because these policies are not told to the applicants up front. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Yerka. Ordinarily, I would be saying Happy New Year, but it is not a very happy New Year. I was really struck by what Anne was saying about site visits. It really hadn't occurred to me that if there is a major project coming forward, that there wouldn't be a staff member site visit. And, you know, does the DRB or the Planning Commission will do site visits when it comes time to evaluate the final version. But I do think it makes a lot of sense in sort of coming up with a sense of the possible before you put all of that work into developing and redeveloping and resubmitting all of the plans. I think I tend to agree with Anne that the staff reports are very long but often very vague, and to my mind, not always as keenly attuned as they should be to both the letter and the spirit of the criteria for design, of the design guidelines that are being applied. And I also wanted to echo the concern expressed about AI. I deal with AI a lot in my work at Caltech, both legitimate and illegitimate uses of it. It's if you go to AI and ask for information about something that you really know something about, you will be astonished by the garbage that comes out. And so I would be very cautious about how we use it in this process. I also think it would be imperative to identify where AI is being used, either a whole report or what sections are, because I think that's information that the public needs to know, whether it's been evaluated by a person who ideally is very familiar with the policies or a machine. And also we should always be cognizant of the tremendous environmental costs involved in using AI. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Can I offer a few comments there, Mr. Mayor? I
Yes.
really appreciate Kathy and Ann's comments, and for a couple of thoughts. The AI just helps people in some cases, and not all the planners are using them because not all the planners like them, and I totally am appreciative of that, to start to get the draft of a staff report going. Ultimately, it's the planner that's responsible for reviewing that and filling in a lot of blanks, because it's just, I picture it like if you're an author and you just want to get some words on a page and that to start you off, that's pretty much what AI is helping us do right now. It links to our policies, it links to our general plan, it puts writing on the paper so that the planner can further edit it. And I really appreciate what Anne said too about folks like Nancy and Monica who had such a long history with us, and I'm so thankful they're still helping us in their retirement. But I'm equally thankful for the long-term planners that are with us, like like David and like Anthony and the team that stuck with Laguna Beach, because this is a challenging place to work under that pressure. And I can't replicate easily through, unless I have years and years of training, people like Nancy, because that's just not how the workforce field is right now. I'm loving that we're able to keep the staff we have. Megan and Jane's team have been great about training the staff we have to get them used to the policies, but this is a darn hard place to work. And it's so easy if you want to be a planner and to move up, you come to Laguna and you may be stuck, sorry, that's my word, doing residential projects your whole career. Where if you go to Irvine or San Juan or Newport, you can work on advanced planning efforts too, and with a lighter touch to residential planning. So we need to keep Laguna Beach being an attractive place to work, and that's the struggle I have. And as Laguna faces new state law and things like that, we're going to have those conversations about how that may change what the planners do. But I can't turn back the clock. I wish I could, but I can't. Again, all that noted, I do appreciate the comments and the sincere way in which they're offered.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Regarding the commercial projects Morris brought up, I just want to mention that it has been a conversation, and I believe we're going to possibly touch on it on the 31st on how best to practice, process some of the commercial projects and keep folks that are interested, some of the retailers, for instance, that are willing to fill our vacancies, how to encourage them to stay on the hook and make an investment in Laguna. So,
Any other comments?
Just one quick one, or maybe not so quick, but either for David or Anthony. Going back to Ann's comment, I do remember some of that process, and way back when I was on the Planning Commission. I mean, can you describe a little bit what the interaction is between staff and an applicant before? And are we going to lose some of that with EnerGov, or is it still available?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. We do still meet with customers at the front counter regularly, and we will remain open for business at the front counter. Whether someone is doing early due diligence and just comes with questions, or wants to know what they can do with a property, for example, wants someone to guide them through what the application process is like in Laguna Beach, we will continue to provide the resources to answer those good questions. The online application portal, as the director mentioned, is going to allow applicants to skip the line, so to speak, if they don't want to hold on to their appointment. But for now, the city is offering both options, and both will be fairly comparable in terms of screening applications, ensuring that the quality of the submittal is sufficient so that we can do that comprehensive initial review, to the mayor's point about ensuring that the first plan check provides a full set of comments to address to deem the application complete. The public commenters, and specifically Ann and Kathy, alluded to a process that the city used to have, which is the pre-application site visit process. There was a requirement in the past specific to certain types of residential projects. So if you had a residential development application that required perhaps a variance, or maybe there was an upper level addition, or the project rose to new construction or a major remodel, that was a requirement. Now, there were some concerns about that process. It was required, which meant it had a backlog of its own oftentimes. It wasn't always prioritized because we did have applications that were ready to proceed with the entitlement process that we also had to dedicate resources to. Now, although that process went away and we no longer generate those pre-site reports, all the planners do visit their project sites.
So I'm glad to hear that we're going to be talking about the commercial stuff, and because we are having a problem with our commercial sector. Prior to COVID, we used to do open for business, remember? So anybody wanted to open a business would come to an open for business session, and we'd kind of vet them in advance and talk about, what the city process was, and they'd have, a variety of questions. They'd want to know things like, any similar businesses in town? How long would it take me? What are the costs? Lots of questions. I think we should try to do that again. Or we should talk about some process to help potential commercial business owners come into town, because we're starting to have a lot of vacancies here, and it's impacting our sales tax revenue now.
Any other comments on this item? Hallie, you want to say anything? So thank you for the report. This is just a receive and file, and I guess we'll look forward to next month's report. We'll hopefully have the data about the benchmark. Is that a realistic deliverable? Sounds good.
We're going to die trying.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. So do we need a break, or should we move on, or are we ready to go to our regular calendar? Council, good? Everyone's good? So then let's move on to item 13, who will be presenting the staff report. Jennifer?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. One moment while I bring up the PowerPoint. So this evening, we are looking at the purchase and sale agreements for the properties located at 2307 and 2535 Laguna Canyon Road. Just as a bit of background and catch everyone up, our goals are aligned with City Council priority number 5 to pursue artist work live opportunities in the city, with a big picture of the city acquiring these Laguna Canyon properties or assigning the acquisition, establishing a community land trust, and then being positioned to support other potential affordable housing opportunities in the city. The two properties, again, are 2535 Laguna Canyon Road with 14 units, 2307 Laguna Canyon Road with 11 units. So far, what we've accomplished is a workshop discussing the matter in November. We did have a similar item to this evening's item on the December 10th agenda, but that was pulled. However, we have continued conversations with City Council throughout 2024 and 2025 for the purchase and sale agreements for the properties. We have an ad hoc committee that continues to work with potential third parties and coordinates with city staff on the matter. This evening before you, just to clarify, there's 4 purchase and sale agreements within your package, and that's due to not only there being 2 properties, but there being 2 entities that own each property. So there's 4 purchase and sale agreements. The total purchase price between those 4 agreements would be $8.65 million. It includes an investigation period for due diligence set to expire towards the end of February, closing by the end of February with an opportunity to extend. The total deposit would be $100,000 unless the city chooses to extend with another $25,000. I do want to point out that there is an error in the staff report with the deposit amount. The staff report says $150,000 total, but it is $125,000 total should the city choose to extend that closing date. As noted in the staff report, we are looking at different funds within the city to fund this effort. Those include the open space fund, the parking fund, the vehicle replacement fund, and the insurance fund. The recommendation before you includes 4 main parts: to adopt the resolution, authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents, return to City Council for assignment and loan documents, and then transfer an appropriation for our due diligence. On the slide before you are shortened versions of the full recommendation within your staff report, except for the first one. For the title of the resolution, the underlines clarify that it should include Trust A, B, and C, whereas the title in the staff report just have B and C. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Do members of the ad hoc committee, council members Whalen or Mayor Pro Tem Oriole, do you want to add any comments?
I don't think at this time. I think maybe we'll take public comment and then we can
Okay.
kind of have council discussions.
Sounds good. So then we'll open up public comment on this item. Any members of the public wishing to speak, please line up.
Hi, everybody. Billy Freed, again from the radio station. I want to just let you know why there's a film crew here. We applied for a National Endowment of Humanities grant to tell a riveting story about Laguna Beach, which is the arc of it beginning as an artist colony and sustaining that for many, many years, but being in a place now where prices of real estate are basically forcing artists out of our community. And it's an allegory that's taking place in many other arts communities. And if we do win this grant, it would be very prestigious for our radio station as a storyteller. I presented this to the filmmaker, William Kirkley, who made Orange Sunshine, and he was so excited about this project. It's been on his mind that he asked if he could send a few student cinematographers down here to capture this historic moment, because this is the happy third act that you guys are actually doing something proactively. And I can't emphasize enough how impressive this action is to demonstrate your commitment to keeping artists in our town. After all, they are what created our town, sustained our town. We depend on them. We need storytellers more than ever now in the face of the crisis around us. Artists have a bigger role to play than ever before. They make sense of the world to us. So I just wanted to let you know so you weren't confused about it. And hopefully we will be producing a documentary in partnership with William on this historic moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. George Dubin with you again. I've spoken to you many times about this. Obviously, it's something that is near and dear to my heart because it affects me extremely. I don't want to get into any redundant conversations I've already had with you. What I want to focus on is a couple of things, and that is sometimes I hear people talking about a comparison of these properties to, say, the Longji Dornan project or the what are they called?
Art lofts.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. The Sheds, that's the one I was thinking of.
Oh.
Both those projects were built in such a way that they do not accommodate the kind of uses that 2535 and 2307 currently provide our art community, and that being industrial use. Both the Dornan project and the Sheds are basically condominium projects that do accommodate artists, but it's mostly digital artists and artists that don't make noise and don't make a mess. That's the value of 2535 and 2307 is that they're in an industrial zone. They're excuse me, the M1A zone. And they allow artists to do what they do without restriction. And they're very unique to our community because there is no more of these. This is it. They were built, as you know, back in the first one back in the mid 70s, the other one in the early 80s. Mr. Burkhart, for whatever reason, had insight as to what was needed by our art community, and they've been full of artists and crafts people ever since. And that's what makes them unique is that artists are who need industrial spaces are able to function without restriction, without worrying about what the neighbors are gonna say or about each other. One of the things that is happening at the Longji project is that if somebody makes a little bit of noise or they work past 7 o'clock in the evening, the phone rings and Lewis gets complaints about various activities there. So that project, although I was very much supportive of it, as you know, has failed in terms of providing the type of industrial space that we need. So I really, really urge you to continue to move forward on this endeavor for our artists and our community now and for future generations, but also I know that the events of this last week has potentially changed a little bit of focus, but this has been something that's been ongoing for almost 2 years now, and I hope you will continue moving it forward because it's very important to our artist community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, seeing no additional speakers, I will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. Bob, you want to start?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So George's last comments, I think, are appropriate. We have received a communication from at least one member of the public about competing, monetary demands, right? And this is tying up, $8.5 million of city money, and wouldn't that be better spent on some of the things we talked about earlier, which was fire safety, emergency preparedness, and so on? Well, I think we can do both. I think we need to stay the course, my personal view, with this acquisition here. But remember, the plan is that the city's a bridge. I mean, this was never the plan in the beginning. It's just how the timing played out, right? And the city had to step in and make sure we could preserve these properties before they were sold on the open market for other uses. And it was apparent through the process, the real estate process, that there were other purchasers out there who were going to use them for other endeavors. So, I think we need to continue along this course. We are staff has been actively pursuing a couple of entities, nonprofit entities, that could acquire these with the city just acting as the lender. But the ultimate here is, for the Community Land Trust, our Community Land Trust, to create the financial viability to basically acquire these and own these and pay the city back as the lender. So I hope people are listening. I see one gentleman in the back, my friend Dan McInerney, who's there, who I know is active in the Community Land Trust process. That people from the community, we are expecting you, we are counting you. This is a partnership. We're looking for you to come forward, step forward, and make this Community Land Trust a reality so that the city can do its bridge role and then step aside and pursue some of the other things. And maybe that would be more housing down the road. But I think we should pursue this at this point. Again, council, we're just authorizing the purchase and sale agreements. We have a due diligence period, as Jennifer pointed out, till February 21. I know staff's been very active and following up on all the due diligence that we need to have, including verifying leases and looking at environmental issues. So I think we're in a good position here, and we should, my ask of the council would be to approve the recommended actions.
Thank you, Bob. If I may just add to what you mentioned just a bit, to add a little bit of detail. There are some potential funding mechanisms, and I know that one, at least at minimum, would work out. So in other words, what that means is, as soon as the land trust is complete and we're told that we think in another 6 months, the Community Land Trust should be ready to bring on some board members at that time. And then I would expect that it would take them several months to kind of get their footing and then start to explore some financing situations to reimburse the city for the majority of the cost of these properties. So I just wanted to expand on Bob's comment on that. And keeping in mind that the artists that do occupy them, there is cash flow on the properties currently. So between that cash flow and a couple of other ideas that you'll all hear about in the not too distant future, some other funding mechanisms, I'm very confident that the land trust and the board members are going to be able to close this gap and make the city whole on this in a short period of time, meaning 2 or 3 years.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'm obviously relatively new to this. I'm new to council, and I'm coming into this process late. And I just can't say enough how proud I am of us as a community and of my fellow council members and the staff who've put this together. I think it is critically important for our community to invest in supporting our local artists, and I think this is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and I want to really highlight Mark Orgill for getting this going, because I know when this came up, we all went out and we got a tour of the two properties. For me, it was a little bit kind of overwhelming to think about how we would go about this, but he's a smart guy over here, and then he got another smart guy, Bob, working with him. So I totally support it. It's very important to our community, and I think it's going to work out just fine.
Mayor, I just have one other comment, which would be, we're not addressing this tonight, but I did want to mention it just for council to consider, because it could come back. You know, on the financial analysis section on page 406, your staff has highlighted some potential funds from which we could borrow money. I think there are other alternatives, and I've talked with Gavin a little bit about this, where we might actually consider the capital improvement fund, and instead having the city actually borrow short-term to replace monies in the capital improvement fund, rather than taking these other funds, which I'm particularly concerned a little bit about the vehicle replacement fund, because we've already committed to an electrification program, and so no answers on that tonight. I just wanted to mention that as something that we may come back with a recommendation on when we're finalizing the funding analysis, which I guess would be, when is this going to come back to us again?
The second meeting in February.
Second meeting in February.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and Dave, could you include this as part of, at our strategic planning workshop? We'll be looking at a 5-year financial plan, right? So maybe this could be considered as part of that to look at.
Weighed in as part of it, sure.
That makes sense.
So Bob, what you're saying or recommending for a future discussion would be, if there's a capital improvement project that's been funded but not ready to go, we would borrow that money since it's not ready to go anyway, right? Is that correct?
Right. And, but we could also borrow externally, like we did for the half the cost of the recreation center, and then just hold that money, right, to fund the future capital improvement projects, and take the capital improvement money that's currently budgeted but not needed
Okay.
to do this purchase. So
I get it.
just another potential alternative. I'm not sure that's the one we'll settle on, but I just want to mention that to council tonight.
So yeah, I'm not going to add anything. I think my colleagues summarized this issue very well. Artists are part of who we are, and this action moves us a step closer to addressing that and ensuring that artists can always be a part of Laguna Beach as we move into the future. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase sale agreement for, I just closed my pages here.
Or approve the recommended action?
Okay, approve the recommended action. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second.
Or-
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead,
Ross.
Sue.
Can I just clarify? I think that the resolution title is to be amended to include trust. I think it references only B and C. So could the motion include that it would also be a resolution to purchase from Trust A?
So the resolution, say that
You'll
again?
amend the motion.
I'll amend the
Amend the
motion.
motion to include that an amendment to the resolution titled to reference Trust A.
Amend the motion to reference Trust A.
I'll
That
second
works.
that.
Yep.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
On this next item, is it fair to ask if you want a staff report on this? We put it on the regular business just to give it some better public visibility in case people are reading it at home. So
Does anyone want a staff report? Any questions on this item?
So for the public's benefit, this is the Community Land Trust Community Engagement Plan, which is robust.
Seeing no questions from council, are there any members of the public who'd like to provide input on this item? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Renagi and council members. My name is Mary Jo Weinfordner, and somehow I found myself the chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee. And I just want to thank you so much for pushing this through, Mark and Bob. I know you've worked very hard on getting this going. It's been a long process. And I have some former committee members to thank for that, and brings us to this moment here. Jennifer, thank you for your work on this. We're so excited that we're going to have another tool in the toolbox to hopefully combat our housing crisis. And I thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll close public comment on this item. Are there any questions or comments from the council? This is
I just had one comment that I shared with the city manager yesterday that, I mean, this is a great, robust list of engagement. But then it occurred to me that we should reach out to the hospital and have them offer them the opportunity to participate in this engagement as a stakeholder.
Good idea. Do you need a motion to reflect that, or can we? Okay, so we have that input given. Any other comments or questions on this item? It's a receive and file, so if not, we'll move on to our next item. Thank you, Jennifer. And so for items 15 and 16, Megan, you were indicating that we would combine these into one and how we dealt with it.
Yeah, I would recommend that you take them together. There's some questions as to whether you want to make certain changes, and if you do that, you likely would make them to both. And so it makes sense to have them presented simultaneously.
Perfect. So do we have a staff report on this item?
Anthony's running in.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're going
fast
quick.
there.
And while Anthony gets set up, I'll just note that we did post a supplemental posting this afternoon onto the agenda, and it just specifically for the urgency item, it updated the urgency ordinance to include, it's being handed out right now, this document, which is the full stated urgency ordinance instead of an incorporation by reference. So it's the same thing. It's just, it will make this easier as we go through potential changes.
Good evening, member and members of the City Council. I'll start by quickly walking the council and the public through item number 15, which is the second reading of the non-urgency ordinance. And then I'll give a brief presentation on item 16, which is the extension of the urgency ordinance. So item 15 is a second reading of a ordinance that you introduced and passed to a second reading on December 10th of last year, related to the city's ADU regulations. This ordinance repeals and replaces Chapter 25.17 of the city's municipal code, again related to ADUs and JADUs. One of the reasons why the city is presenting this draft ordinance to the council for consideration and adoption is that state ADU law has changed as of January 1st. At the last meeting, the City Council requested additional information related to two provisions related to pedestrian access and vehicular access, and specifically how these two provisions address the requirements of the city's local coastal program and the Coastal Act. The staff report provides an analysis of that relationship and how it implements the city's certified LCP. There were various statements, policy statements, goals, and policies in the land use element specifically, which is one component of the city's certified LCP, with which those two provisions would relate and advance. So staff's conclusion was that both the pedestrian and vehicular access provisions, which would apply to ADU projects subject to a coastal development permit or CDP, are consistent with the city's LCP and implement the policies of that LCP. City staff did receive public comments from various members of the local design community. The comments were related to an architectural standard addressing privacy between neighboring residential properties. The concern is that it would prevent the use of clear windows in potentially a significant percentage of ADU projects in the city due to the city's lot sizes and shapes. Now, the council could strike or modify these provisions, but it should be noted that this would require renoticing and reintroduction of the non-urgency ordinance for a first reading at a future city council meeting. The agenda report before you this evening does include draft language for your consideration, should the council want to move in that direction. It would include the complete repeal of the provision that some members of the public had concerns with, and would also modify a related provision in that same section of the ADU ordinance. Essentially, it would narrow the focus of that provision to address privacy concerns where the potential impact is the greatest, which is with respect to ADU windows on upper floors. The City Council's options this evening are to either keep or repeal the provisions related to pedestrian and vehicular access, and similarly to keep or repeal the provisions related to property line windows and doors and direct line of sight of windows and doors, or to modify those provisions as presented by staff. And once more, any changes to the non-urgency ordinance would require that we return to you for a first reading at a future noticed public hearing. Next, I'll briefly summarize the urgency ordinance, which is item 16 on your agenda, and specifically it's an extension of an urgency ordinance, that you adopted on December 10th. It also mirrors the content of the non-urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance is initially effective for a 45-day period, and therefore we are returning to you this evening to consider a possible extension for an additional 22 months and 15 days, which would require a 4/5 vote of the City Council. As part of your potential action, you would also adopt a 10-day report should you choose to extend that ordinance. The report describes the measures that are being taken to alleviate the conditions that led to the initial adoption of the urgency ordinance. Staff did want to report on a meeting that we had this afternoon with the staff of the California Coastal Commission. There are a few important takeaways that we wanted to discuss with you this evening. And this is a follow-up to a meeting that we had with coastal staff last week. We would have preferred to have this meeting sooner, but this was the soonest that we could meet with their staff to talk through some of their more substantive comments on the urgency ordinance specifically. First is coastal staff requested that we hold regular coordination meetings with their staff to discuss any pending ADU applications that are going to be processed against the urgency ordinance. And we envision that these might be weekly or bi-weekly meetings, and we're happy to meet as frequently as possible to keep projects moving forward. Secondly, coastal staff requested 2 modifications to the urgency ordinance. One is a strikeout change related to a new allowance to allow detached ADUs associated with multifamily structures. What staff had proposed in your December 10th ordinance is we would increase the allowance of detached ADUs on multifamily lots from 2 to a maximum of 8 potentially, and that's in accordance with new state ADU law. The Coastal Commission requested that we strike that from the urgency ordinance, and it can be considered as part of the non-urgency ordinance. Secondly, they have requested amended language related to provisions that provide pathways to legalize unpermitted ADUs and JADUs. And this is also a change that staff had proposed to align with state ADU law. What this would do is we would keep the construction cutoff date to January 1st of 2018. So essentially, if you had an unpermitted ADU that was constructed prior to that date, you would be eligible for certain allowances to legalize those ADUs without having to address certain requirements of the building code. And secondly, coastal staff requested that we strike allowances to legalize unpermitted JADUs, which is also a new provision in state ADU law that staff had proposed to align with that state law. And this is a summary of all the changes that are on your plate this evening, potentially based on what was discussed in this staff presentation. We do have a track change version of the urgency ordinance that shows all these changes that you could then read into your motion potentially. I will quickly switch to a different document here to call those up and quickly walk you through those changes.
I think the version that got handed out is not track changes.
It's Morris's, I think.
No, that's not Morris. Morris's is a nice red ink. I get that. No, the one staff gave us is not redlined.
No, it's the final, yeah.
Do you have one on the screen you can put on the screen, Anthony?
I think this is maybe what was just posted this afternoon, which is just, it previously just referenced the prior ordinance. And so we're, instead of incorporating by reference, we provided the full copy. And then after that, because of the coastal call, they've now redlined it. So I think Anthony has the redlined
Oh,
version. So you'd
okay.
redline it against this.
Okay, thank you.
So on the screen here is the red line version. There would be a slight change to the title of the urgency ordinance to indicate that it's being extended with certain modifications. Under section 4, extension, again, an acknowledgement of the modifications that are being incorporated with the extension of the urgency ordinance. And please do pause me if you would like me to spend a little bit more time on any of these changes.
I have a question. State law changed it to say up to 8 detached units, and then the Coastal Commission is saying that we shouldn't do that. Is that what's happening here?
That is correct.
Yes.
Well, the
I'm-
basic
I'm-
question I have on all these changes, and I'm just struggling to understand the rationale, on what basis does the Coastal Commission assert they can require us to deviate from state law?
The ADU statute, that's a great question. The ADU statute says that the ADU statute is subject to the authority of the Coastal Act. And so in other scenarios, we've also seen, I think the last round of when you adopted your last ADU ordinance, Coastal came back and made modifications, and the modifications were to the state law provisions. And there is an inherent tension with Coastal and HCD on this point, but the law does allow Coastal to effectively say that coastal resources are being impacted and modify our ordinance accordingly.
So what coastal resources are impacted?
With respect to the multifamily, I think that they're saying that the number of ADUs that's being allowed, it has the ability to have a greater impact on coastal resources. And so it's not being automatically allowed by coastal. I think, for example, they're on the, and maybe Anthony could probably speak to it more clearly, but on the last round of comments, when state law had prescribed that parking did not require replacement, Coastal came back and required replacement parking in our ordinance in certain scenarios. And so this is effectively the same thing that they're commenting on here in order to protect coastal resources is their rationale.
So could we get a letter from HCD tomorrow that says you're deviating from state law?
I think if we get that letter, we will refer them to the Coastal Commission.
Sounds good. Thank you.
But what is the underlying analysis that the impact on coastal resources is what? This brings more people to town and more people at the beach, and it's adversely affecting coastal resources? I mean, don't they want people to have more access to the coast, which is what ADUs would help provide?
I think that's a good argument. I think that one of the things that they're not willing to allow us to have this in our urgency ordinance today. And originally we had heard from coastal staff that we should rescind our urgency ordinance. And so staff met with coastal staff today in an attempt to try to resolve what they were objecting to. And ultimately, it was these two provisions that they think expand the effect of the ADUs that impact coastal resources in a way that the remaining provisions have either a status quo or limiting impact on coastal resources. And so in order to proceed with the urgency ordinance, they asked for these to be stricken. And we would recommend still adopting your regular ordinance with these provisions in them. And so coastal can have more time, and hopefully actually with these biweekly meetings or whatever they are, they'll see the effect that they'll have better visibility into ADU processing in the city and have a better ability then to actually review our ordinance, our permanent ordinance.
And maybe they, I'm glad we'll have ongoing discussions with them, and maybe think about the underlying rationale, right? Which is does it make sense to provide more housing units in the coastal zone so that people can come and actually enjoy access to the coast? And also, unlike many cities where, the coastal zone basically goes, 600 feet in from, the ocean, we've got the whole city here. So, I mean, these provisions are limiting, ADUs out on El Toro Road. Well, maybe that one.
Can I ask
yeah,
a question? So, and I understand your comment, Bob, regarding philosophically, doesn't the Coastal Commission want, more access to the beach? But are these revisions because they're tied to our general plan and our CDP? Or is that why they're?
The two specific revisions that are being asked. No,
So when we have the conversation with Coastal and they're making these comments regarding, is it because they're looking at compliance with our?
I don't think so. I think that their concern is truly the legislation that was passed by the California legislature as to those two provisions, and the implementation of those in coastal cities and the effect of that on coastal resources broadly.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, can we talk to them about these ADUs blocking views of the coast?
Yeah.
Of coastal resources? I mean, I don't really get it, how you can pass along the Coastal Commission and say, well, we don't like that, you're not doing that. I mean, what are cities supposed to do? We're supposed to follow the law unless coastal says no. I mean, I don't know, it's very odd to me.
And I agree with Sue, because to me, it seems that you would rather have, where we're having neighbors in single-family neighborhoods dealing with two-story ADUs that are blocking view and violating, decades of precedent. That's a lot more of an impact on coastal resources in terms of views, whereas in the multifamily area, those are going to be more likely to be rented out to people to live there, and it's going to have less of an impact. So it's just interesting what the priorities are here.
I'm hopeful that the opportunity to talk to coastal staff about the permanent ordinance will hopefully bring these two provisions back with the various rationale that you've provided tonight, which I think all are good arguments. But for the immediacy of the urgency ordinance, this is sort of the position we were left in.
Any other questions for staff before we open it up for public comment?
I think it's kind of lazy of the legislature to acquiesce to the Coastal Commission.
Well, welcome to California.
No, I mean, I think it is. I don't understand why. It's just strange to
Well, I
me.
think what would be better is if they could figure out actually how to deal with some of these issues.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll open up for public comments at this time.
Anthony, did you have anything else to add?
I was going to walk the council through all the track change edits.
Let's do that
But
after
we could-
public comment.
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because the public comments could influence all that. No, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, I appreciate what you said it, Alex. That was great. And I feel like this experiment, that's what it is, lacks balance. Coastal should be here. Why is there not a representative representing the environment, representing California? Why are you guys so eager to build? I want to be able to recognize Laguna when I'm old. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Morris Kandarian. I like where this is headed. I like the purpose of it, the spirit and intent of it. It is going to require, as I understand it, Megan, most ADUs are going to require CDPs, which may burden design review as neighbors are noticed, and that opens it up to public review. What I handed out to you was just some minor clarifications and considerations for you. Starts on page 11. And in B, it says that the junior ADU shall entirely be within the existing or proposed single-family dwelling. An interpretation of that on a project I was working on, and I don't do ADUs routinely, but I have 2 or 3 of them for prior clients. And the comment was that the proposed single-family structure was considered only a new structure if you were doing a new house. And I'd like it to consider to add proposed addition to or new family, single-family structure, meaning if you have an existing house and you want to add 1,000 square feet, and under this 1,000 square feet, you want to put a junior ADU, that's a part of the proposed single-family dwelling, whether it's an addition or it's new. So that's something to consider. On page 18, this is with regard to rent reporting. Now, I agree that if you're going to do an ADU, it should be rentable. I mean, that's how, in my mind, why this whole legislation is so poorly written, because it does add units, but it doesn't necessarily make them rentable. So we're going to have a lot of extra units that may be just enlargements for family purposes, but I don't know, that's speculation. But it says rent reporting. With the building permit application, the applicant must provide the city with an estimate of the projected analyzed rent that will be charged for an ADU or a junior ADU. And within 90 days, he has to file, 90 days issuing a permit, he has to file a report. Well, what if it's not rented? So does he have to speculate what it might rent for? Or is it and if it's not rentable, does he file a rent report? I don't think he should have to. Page 19, ADUs that are, item A, ADUs that are subject to subsection must conform to the 20-foot front setbacks. I'm interjecting, or that is required in the zone. All zones aren't a 20-foot, all zones are not a 20-foot setback.
Could I question, can you?
In R2, it could be a 10-foot setback.
I'm asking a question for you to finish the other ones so you can keep going.
Morris, on that one, before you leave that one, so 20 foot, or what are you?
20
what
foot's
el-
a typical front yard setback for R1.
Yeah.
But on steep slopes, it can go to 10 feet.
Got
And
it.
in R2, the front setback is 10 feet.
Got it.
Page 20, item F. No, this is the issue of the line of sight that most people have commented on. I think you could maybe do F with an option from a neighbor as a letter, that a cooperation, because you're putting a burden on the ADU that's not a burden on any normal addition to somebody's house. And what if the lot is only 30 feet wide? And so you're talking about projects, ADUs that are 30 feet from the property line. I think you could delete G entirely. Page 21, it talks about that you must have 2 separate meters and 2 separate utility connections. I think there's no reason to have 2 separate unless the property was for sale, the ADU was for sale, which we're not allowing. So this should be able to go right to the same meter that is on the house.
What do you mean we're not allowing?
My understanding is that the ADUs are not, cannot be separated by deed restriction and sold off as individual units.
Is that
Yeah,
what
like
it
you
is?
can't sell your ADU.
Well, it's up to the city's discretion,
Cities
right?
can,
We don't do that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, that's a whole different discussion because it will involve CCNRs and, I mean, it's like condomization,
Right.
condomizing a,
Yeah, we don't allow,
Or-
we don't allow sales of ADUs.
22, page 22 at the top. The connection is subject to a connection, the connection is subject to a connection fee or a capacity charge that is proportionate to the burden created by the ADU based on either the floor area or the number of drainage fixture units per the plumbing code. And the fee would be determined by the director of planning. I think this is way open-ended. It's too complicated and it's too much of a burden on the planning director. I think you should delete it. Either delete it or put a specific charge on it that's understandable. I think that's it. Thank you.
thank you, Morris. Very helpful. Any other public comments on this item? Or I guess this is a public hearing, right? So I opened up a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to close the I'm going to close public comments, bring this back to the council. Should we walk through the council? How do you think we should proceed? Should we go through the comments that were just raised and then?
Was Anthony going to give us the?
Oh yeah,
rest of it?
Anthony, do you want to give your red lines?
On the screen here are the track changes edits to the allowances for detached ADUs on multifamily lots, which would keep that allowance to 2 detached units. As of January 1st, state law otherwise allows for up to 8 or the number of existing primary dwelling units, whichever happens to be less. These changes reflect the track change edits that were shown as part of the staff presentation related to the objective standards for privacy between neighbors and ADU windows. So that would include the repeal of subsection G and a modification to subsection F, which again would limit the application of that provision to the upper floors of an ADU.
Question on this one, to Morris's point, could we have another clause that said that if you have a letter from a neighbor, you're exempt from this requirement, or would that be a subjective criteria that would be disallowed by state law?
That's a great question. So we cannot have subjective criteria as a yes or no.
Because we're not making them do that. This is the objective
Yeah.
criteria, and that you're getting relief from that objective criteria if you have a letter from a neighbor who's impacted.
I think so long as the letter, it's just a yes or no sort of letter,
Yeah.
right? It can't have additional conditions or anything along those lines. I think as long as it just says, yes, you can waive it, but then what would it be waived to?
That you could have the window go through, have a direct line of sight if the adjoining residential property owner sends a letter approving of it.
I think that would be fine as an objective standard.
But what happens when the property changes hands? Either property.
well, you'd be buying a property that has this, and that would impact the value. But I think that makes sense to me that
What's the, so I'm wondering, what's the rationale for limiting this to the upper floor or more than 16 feet? Why would you want a direct line of sight from the bottom floor? Shouldn't the second sentence shouldn't it just be no direct line of sight unless you've got fencing, landscaping, privacy glass, or clerestory design?
That is at the council's discretion. We were trying to focus the code language to the situation that we believe is most likely to create a significant privacy impact between neighbors, which is typically an upper floor level that may be looking into windows in an adjoining residential property or into the backyard of a residential property.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I'm sure that, that's more invasive, but you could certainly, we've had cases here before us where we've had first floor direct, where we ended up changing the windows. So
that's true.
I don't know. I would do it. I would take out the 16-foot and just have them solve it with fencing, landscaping, or privacy glass.
Next, we have the legalization pathways, which were also summarized in the presentation. The construction cutoff date with this change would change from 2020 to 2018, and it would not include an allowance to waive certain building code requirements. In the case of a JADU, it would only apply to ADUs.
Have we had a lot of JADUs that want to be legalized?
Not that staff is aware. Typically, because a JADU can also be reviewed as a converted ADU, and most properties can have one converted ADU, at least in the context of a single-family project. In all likelihood, they can instead classify that unpermitted unit as a converted ADU and still invoke this code provision. The council could consider striking the provisions related to pedestrian access and vehicular access if it so wishes.
Have we had feedback on that or recommendations that we do that?
There have been no public comments on that item.
Yeah, in particular, the pedestrian access, the firefighter access. I mean, I think we should have that in there.
They already have to follow the fire code though, right?
That is correct.
That's where they come from, correct? Is there a building code standard or fire code? I can't recall, but they are required in order. And this makes it more clear to both staff and the ADU applicant and the ADU neighbor that this is a requirement of an ADU. So that this came up in the last discussion of this item.
Okay.
So that's why I think it's being discussed now, but in all events, it's required, but it certainly will help with compliance to state it here.
Okay.
And also the vehicular access provision exists in the city's certified ADU ordinance that was implemented in 2023 in substantial part. And that takes us through the strike-through changes to the urgency ordinance. If the council does adopt a modified urgency ordinance, we would also make a few small changes to the 10-day report. And so with respect to the actions that the city has taken to alleviate the conditions that first led to the adoption of this interim ordinance, under number 1 here, this would reflect that the city council desires to make modifications to the non-urgency ordinance and is directing staff to reintroduce a modified ordinance for a first reading at the next available meeting of the city council, subject to adequate public notice in accordance with law. And number 2 would also acknowledge the meeting that city staff had with the coastal staff this afternoon.
Got it. Any questions? It seems like there's, because like, for example, Morris raised some good points that could be contemplated as we do the next first reading, but we don't necessarily need to incorporate those into the urgency ordinance. So it seems like the simplest approach is for us to approve what was Coastal Commission's recommending, because it seems like we have no other choice for the urgency ordinance, and then staff's going to come back with a first reading that incorporates this discussion.
Correct. If that's the council's desire, we could come back and we'd like your thoughts on Morris's comments, so to give staff some direction for preparing that. I think that there was, certainly there was feedback on the windows. And so if you'd like to include that in your urgency ordinance, that particular item, because of the feedback we heard from the design community, that may be a hybrid approach for tonight.
But that was a part of the red line changes that Anthony just showed us,
Anthony
right?
has that in there already, although Councilmember Whalen noted he probably has proposed
Laura as well.
modifications.
Okay.
And I would also like to add a recital to be very clear about the
Okay.
changes to the urgency ordinance.
So first, are there any questions of staff before we bring it back to the council? No, so I'll close the public hearing on both items, Megan. Okay. And then does anyone want to provide comments or a recommendation of how we proceed?
Just a question on procedurally how we proceed, because, I think we should go through and give feedback on Morris's comments, right? But if they're not included in the urgency, then the urgency could be in effect for 22 months, right? I mean, because we'll come back with a first reading, second reading, we'll go to coastal. That ordinance won't become effective until coastal sends it back to us, probably with changes, and then we have to readopt. And so I think my point is anything that Morris has raised tonight that I think is substantive, we should address in the urgency, unless you think that's going to get us sideways with the Coastal Commission.
Would we have to have the Coastal Commission look at if we make any of these changes?
Potentially that might, open the door to them again. I think one possibility would be to consider making an amendment to the urgency ordinance at a future meeting.
Yeah.
And so we adopt this. I do recommend we adopt it tonight, just because the timing is that it will expire, and make so that coastal isn't inclined to ask us to further rescind our urgency ordinance. And then we can talk to coastal. I think that is an important step here, is to say what other changes we may make to our interim ordinance, and just to make sure that they don't have objection. And then we'll bring back an amendment to the urgency ordinance with a first reading.
That sounds like a good plan to me. So then go ahead.
So then we wouldn't do the window tonight thing. We'd just leave it.
But give direction on it for the first reading.
Right.
Yeah.
Or give direction on it for the
For the
amendment.
first reading and the amendment to the urgency ordinance.
I think the reason that the window came up is that it's sort of a critical design feature that is affecting applications today, which is why it was raised in this discussion. But it's ultimately up to the council how you'd like to proceed. If you want to wait and we bring that back as well, the ordinance that would be in effect for applications that are received as of now then would be the urgency ordinance adopted tonight. So we'd have some varying rules for a little bit.
But if we were to adopt staff suggestions to the window section specifically, then that would provide at least a little bit more consistency with the rules.
Yes, I think so. And for possibly Councilmember Whalen's modifications to that.
Right. So I think if we look at staff's recommended changes and I think looking at staff's recommended changes to the urgency ordinance, taking a little bit of time to review the other suggestions that have come through, and then we can modify or we can amend the urgency ordinance at a very soon.
Yeah, I think, yes, that's a good summary. When we come back with the first reading, I think that as soon as we can, I think we have to have another meeting with Coastal in there. But then we would bring back whatever Coastal's willing to allow us to input into our urgency ordinance for further amendment.
Okay, so it sounds like so are we all okay with what Anthony put up as it relates to the urgency ordinance for now?
Yeah,
until
I
amendment?
would just renew my request that we take out the 16-foot and just make the direct line of sight. You solve it with fencing or landscaping or.
So I'd be supportive of that as well.
Can I add a recital?
Yeah.
So I would propose this to be the second to last recital in the urgency ordinance, and it would say, whereas city staff met with Coastal Commission staff on January 14th, 2025 regarding the provisions of urgency ordinance number 1707, at which meeting the Coastal Commission notified the city that certain changes in the urgency ordinance resulting from AB 2533 and SB 1211 are not authorized to be made via an interim ordinance without Coastal Commission certification, and therefore some of the modifications from AB 2533 and SB 1211 have been removed in this urgency ordinance, but will remain in the regular ordinance proposed for coastal certification.
Got it.
Does that work?
So does somebody want to make a motion incorporating that recital with what Anthony had for the urgency ordinance on the screen, and then Bob's change as it relates to line of sight for both first and second floor? Or I'll make that motion.
Before you do that, what happened to the vehicular and the pedestrian access? Is that staying in? So it's not being struck out?
Let's keep that.
I think we just keep it, right?
So that comes in, it's not a strikeout.
Clarification.
So I'll amend my motion to incorporate keeping in those two provisions related to the fire code.
Was there anything else, Anthony or David, that you had a question about before they vote? No? Okay.
What about Morris's comments?
Well,
Those are
we're going to
gonna
get to
be,
that we'll get to that next as for the first reading. And then,
Okay.
so I made a motion. Does somebody want to second the motion?
I'll second.
And then do we need before we vote, we need a reading of the urgency ordinance? Anne Marie, or what?
Do we?
No?
Technically not a first reading. Can we go ahead and read it though, just for belts and suspenders, since this thing's so muddy?
Okay. Hold on, let me find the title of it. Okay. An interim ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach extending urgency ordinance number 1707, amending its zoning code and local coastal program by repealing and replacing Chapter 25.17 of the City of Laguna Beach Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units to comply with recent changes in state law, and finding the action to be statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 21080.17 of the Public Resources Code.
Okay, so I made the motion, Sue seconded it, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5-0. And then now we're going to give direction to staff to come back with a first reading and then an amended urgency ordinance on, so I can just go through the list that I have of different items that we have to address. So on page 11, Morris raised the question of the JADUs in section 5, subsection B. It talked about adding in addition to or new. Is that consistent with state law, Megan, or?
So I was going to mention, I think if I can get your feedback on these, I'm going to have to cross-check the state law to see which one, if any of them run afoul of the state law, and if they don't, and your direction is to
Then you can
implement
bring
them,
it
we'll bring it back. And if there's a problem with state law, then we won't make those changes, but we'll explain that in the staff report.
Got it. So I'm supportive of of what Morris recommended there, assuming that it complies with state law.
Yeah, I am too. Mayor, I think there's one back on the bottom of 10 that suggested de minimis development definition.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's
Yeah.
fine. So
Okay.
we're all supportive of that. Okay. And then on page 18, as it relates to rent, does this help if a ADU is rented at a lower income level? Does that help us for our arena numbers? Doesn't it just help for the 1 year that it's rented because it's not deed restricted?
Yes.
What, because to me what's the point of making people do that if it's not going to actually help us with arena numbers? It seems like it's just an extra layer of bureaucracy.
Well, I think it does temporarily help us with RENA, but
Okay.
not on it doesn't necessarily on a long-term basis.
I also have talked to a lot of people in the community who are questioning what ADUs are contributing to housing in this community. So I do think that that data
It's helpful.
helpful. Yeah, it's helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Can you explain your comment, Megan?
Well, it's really the mayor's comment, but if ADUs are not deed restricted for low-income housing purposes, we can't count them towards our RENA allocation on a long-term basis. But on a short-term basis, if there was a determination on an annual basis that it qualified as low income without a deed restriction, we could, in theory, count it temporarily. But
What is temporarily?
But for as long as the lease, it is, I think to the mayor's point, it is a lot of back end work in order to track that. But to Councilmember Jones's point, the data is helpful to the
so-
community in terms of how this is benefiting the community.
so what if we just do every year, we do an annual letter to everyone and then you have to, you respond to it at that point as opposed to this, having, I think that'd be easier than what this is where staff's gonna have to track and email and send something in the mail to them 90 days after. Is that an easier approach that achieves the goal that Councilmember Jones is talking about?
I think so.
Okay, so I'd be supportive of that.
But to Morris's basic point is you can't compel somebody to rent their ADU, right? So, I mean, the way this is drafted, it sort of implies you must provide the city with an estimate of the projected annualized rent that will be charged. I suppose you could just say 0, right? But I mean, maybe we can clean this language up to make it clear that, this is, if you're renting your ADU, you have to do this. And we encourage you to rent your ADU.
Okay, do you have direction there? Okay. And then page 19, or what, if the 20-foot setback or what is required in the zone, I'm supportive of the recommendation, the change. Everyone else on the same page? Page 20, the letter to the neighbor, I'd be supportive of looking into that. Whether that, because you had concerns, Megan, about whether that's subjective.
Yeah, it sort of got there, but I think it is objective but we'll have to word it in the right way to make it
Okay.
clear that it can't come with conditions or anything. And it's an up or down.
Yeah.
And we'll have to think to Councilmember Jones's point about the effect. Often, yeah, I'll make sure that it's good with state law.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Page 21 about why require 2 meters when it's not for sale. What's the kind of the basis for that, Anthony?
It's a great question, Mayor. It's not so much it's really building and construction. So I don't know that I have an answer for you this evening, but as part of our follow-up to Morris's recommendations this evening, we can report back to the council on that.
Sounds good. And then page 22, I think that would be about the connection fee. That would be based on the Fee Mitigation Act, right? So that would be governed by other laws that regulate how much you can charge as a capacity fee. So I think that's fine as it is.
This is a convoluted description. These are good upgrades, Morris.
Okay, any other?
I'm just looking at 22. I'm trying to understand it. So you've got on the prior page, 21, you've got ABC to ABC, and then it goes to, oh, I see. Is this a subpart of C, 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Megan, do you know what was behind on the separate meter? What do you think was behind their request for that?
I don't know. I don't think it's in state law that requirement.
Oh, it's not?
I don't think so, but I'm hesitant to say that right now as I have 3 different laws like flying through my head trying to figure out which is which, but it could have been a result of the law. Well, maybe it was a change to the law when the ADU law changed 1 or 2 years ago to allow for the possibility of separate conveyances previously. And I wonder if when that change occurred, the separate meter came into play. So we'll have to look at that.
It would incentivize someone to rent it, right?
It would
Compared to.
also, yeah.
Okay, so do we have clear direction for staff on the first reading of the ordinance and the amended urgency ordinance?
So we've adopted the amended urgency
Yeah,
ordinance.
but
And then,
clear direction
sorry,
for going forward.
then the new amended urgency
Yeah.
ordinance, we will come back with whatever changes we can make under state law
Yeah,
for an amended urgency ordinance in a first reading,
so you have clear direction though?
clear direction.
Do we need a motion on that or can,
I think it's direction.
yeah,
Actually, can I have a motion based on the comments received? I think since we're not actually taking the second reading tonight, I'd like a motion to come back with a new first reading, just based on the direction of staff.
So I'd move that staff come back with an amendment to the urgency ordinance and a new permanent ordinance for a first reading, incorporating the discussion we just had on comments.
I'll second that.
We have to include Megan's recital. We have to add that.
And
On the urgency, on the first, didn't we include that? We
did.
on the urgency, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Before we put this totally to bed, and you voted on it, which is fine, I just want to make sure with public, with me and Megan and David and Anthony, that we can tell the design community what is processed when. And maybe we're just kind of thinking out loud on this one, but we've got like 24 applications that came in before December 10th. And those are going to be processed under the old rules. Then we have at least five that came in after, we have more than 5 now? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have current
Probably
numbers.
5-ish.
Last we checked, it was about 5 that were
5
subject to the
that have
urgency.
come in between 12/10 and tonight. So those will be processed under the urgency ordinance rules that took effect December 10th?
I would think that if it's,
Yeah.
it's a good question.
But maybe we could offer them the choice.
Yeah.
The applicant,
Yeah.
the
Let's do that.
choice. Those 5 applicants. Do you want to process it under 12/10 or 114?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would think that the applicants generally would want the benefit of that
Probably so.
window ordinance,
Oh,
the
the
window
window?
change in particular.
So probably they'll say 114.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. And then we'll,
give them the choice.
hopefully we'll approve all those, but by the time the new ordinance is
It'll
in
be-
effect. Okay.
And there will
So in
be,
other words, what we're saying is anything that was in before tonight is going to get processed under the old rules.
Sorry, there's 2 old rules now.
It's-
So the real old rules that applied before 12/10, when we had about 24 of those when we last checked, those are processed under the 12/10 and before rules. So
Okay.
before, then there's at least 5 that came in after 12/10, December 10th. And that we're saying that those people could choose to go in the December 12th rules,
Yeah,
or they could decide, even though they submitted it, they could they could apply under the today, January 14th rules.
I think so. I was just going to ask staff if we thought any of them really were triggered by the two changes at coastal. Were they JADUs or multifamily? Because maybe it's not an issue, in which case we can just say the 114 rules are going to generally apply to give everyone the benefit of the windows.
I don't happen to know, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll provide an
They'll take a
update
peek.
when we,
Okay.
yeah.
But just for the design community, that's how we're going to approach this. Clear as mud. Okay,
Okay,
Thank you.
so we're good on this item?
I think so.
And we'll be at this probably next year as well when there's new laws that go into effect. So, okay, so now we're going to move on to item 17. This one will be quick. The organizations and committees represented by city council. So why don't we, so I'm just going to, are there any questions before I open up public comment? I'll open up public comment on this item. Can we put it on the screen for convenience, or is that possible? If not, then we'll just wait for Councilmember Orgill. Yeah, you want to do a break right now? Okay, we'll do it, a break, 5-minute break. First, are there any public comments on organizations and committees represented by city council? I don't see any public comments on that. So we'll bring it back to council. So what, do you want me to just read through each one and then we can? Yeah. So that one's good. Okay, so for city council assignments, okay. Coastal Greenbelt Authority, Mark, you want to stay there?
Yeah.
Anyone want to take over the vacancy? Okay,
Go to all the meetings, so.
Exactly.
so Hallie will be the first vacant alternate. Festival Coordinating Committee, Mark, that's where you are. Do you want to stay? HIV Advisory Committee, Sue, you are the liaison. You're fine. Sue and I are the Irvine Bulk Policy Committee. I'd like to stay unless, okay. Laguna Art Museum Board, Bob, you're the member. You'd like to stay? Mark, you're the alternate. You'd like to stay? Okay. Laguna Beach Seniors, that is Sue and me. I'm fine with that. And Hallie, jump in if there's anything. Okay. Laguna Canyon Foundation, that's Sue, and then we have an open for the alternate. Okay, do you want to be the alternate, Sue? Okay, so Hallie will be the member, and Sue, for Laguna Canyon Foundation, Sue's going to be the alternate. OC Vector Control District, Mark.
I nominate Howard.
No, I think, no, they need you there too. So Mark, you'll stick with Vector? Okay. And then Orange County Library Advisory Committee, there's a vacancy there.
Before you move on, for the Vector, are we doing 1 year? They always ask me if it's 1 year or 2 year.
1 year's fine, right? Unless you want to.
I'm gonna end up being on it too.
Yeah. Orange County Library Advisory Committee, there's a vacancy there.
I was gonna take that.
You want to take that? Bob, are you fine being the alternate still? South Laguna Water and Sewer Committee, that is Sue and me. I'm fine staying there. Do you want to stay? Okay. SACWA, Bob is the member. You want to stay, Bob?
Yes,
Okay. And then Gavin and Mark McAvoy is the alternates. That's good. South Orange County Watershed Management Area Executive Committee. Sue, you're the member. Do you want to stay?
Do we need a council member for that, Bob? I mean, I think staff.
well, why don't we do, I mean, I'd be, it may have some relevance to,
The estuary.
yeah, and the
And
coastal
SACWA,
treatment
yeah.
plant and the stuff we're doing. So I'll take that, but it's maybe, I don't know, who could we appoint?
I could be,
Staff
I'll be your
members?
alternate.
You'd be an alternate?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll be your alternate for that. And then, okay, liaison appointments, Arts Commission, Sue. Audit and Investment Advisory, Sue, and then Bob is the alternate. I'm just gonna read them, so interrupt me if somebody wants to jump in. EDPC, Bob and me as the alternate. You're good, Bob?
Yeah, I'd like to keep that. That's good.
Environmental Sustainability Committee, Hallie, do you want to take that? And then I can stay as the alternate. Heritage Committee, Mark, you want to stay there? Housing and Human Services, Bob, you've sort of been the member there, and I've been the alternate. Do you want to keep it that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Uh-huh.
So Bob is the liaison, I'll be the alternate. PTC, I'm fine keeping that unless someone else wants it. Recreation, Sue. And then View Restoration Committee, Mark, good? Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt or to approve the,
Wait just a second. I don't think we got the Housing Committee right.
Bob's the,
We're just flipping it around. I'm
Yeah, I
the
know.
primary.
I don't
and-
think it was flipped on this one.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, Gavin.
oh, it's going.
All right.
Okay, real time, huh? Real time. Sorry.
So Waylon is the liaison and Ronagi is the alternate.
You just flip it around.
Okay, so I will move approval of the organizations and committees represented by the city council as reflected on the screen.
Second.
Seconded by Bob. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. So then now we're gonna take, because Hallie's gonna miss the last item, so to let her go home early, we're gonna quickly see if there's future agendas for future agenda items that any council members want to bring forward. I think, Bob, you have one.
Yeah, although, as I said earlier, I want to bring forth a motion to reactivate the Wildfire Safety, Mitigation and Fire Safety Committee. But in talking with Dave, I guess we're going to do ad hoc committees on January 31st. Are we going to appoint then? So can we just make it part of that agenda?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless, would you want to bring forward the current report at our next council meeting, and then that could be sort of the basis of, and then, so we could have sort of a
Why don't we just do that part now? Because I have some stuff I want to get on the list right away. There's some things I'd like to do.
So you want to bring it at the next meeting?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
and then you get input and then appointments at the strategic planning meeting.
Okay.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
So your recommendation is to bring forward the 2019 fire mitigation plan and update it with an ad hoc. Is that right?
Right. I guess the ad hoc doesn't exist anymore. So or constitute an ad hoc comprised of myself and Councilmember Kemp to update the wildfire mitigation and fire safety plan.
Okay, I'm supportive.
Yep.
Supportive. With unanimous support. Okay, and then I have an agenda item I'd like to bring forward. We got the report about the vacancy rate from the chamber, and I think there's Sue and I have been talking about some low-hanging fruit ideas that we could bring forward. So it could be broadly described as streamlining the process for small business.
Yeah.
Anyone else supportive of that? Okay, I see.
Yeah.
5.
Thought that we were going to talk about it on the 31st.
Yeah, no, we are, but there's just some specific things. So, okay, good. So that's it. Hallie, you're good to go. And do you want to, before we get to the next item, do you want to indicate your recusal?
I'm going to help with the recusal. Councilmember Jones is recusing herself from the last item on the appeal, which is the last substantive item on the agenda, because she received a disqualifying contribution under the Levine Act from an agent of a party to the application.
Okay. So Appeal A, do we have, so I'm going to open the item and open the public hearing, and then we'll have a presentation from staff.
Actually, could I, I'm asking the city attorney this. I don't believe I have a Levine Act issue here at all. But our agenda now says that participants should disclose, any campaign contribution, aggregated contribution of more than $250, made in connection with an item. So before we start the item, I think we should ask the appellant and the applicant whether they have anything to disclose. Otherwise, after the staff report, we've already started the item. So,
Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea.
so could the appellant come forward and just confirm that you did not contribute more than $250 to my campaign?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. And for the applicant team,
It's both the parties and their agents.
and their agents, which includes their attorney who's coming to the mic now.
I did not contribute more than $250 to your campaign.
Thank you.
But I can't speak for Mr. Webb. I can call him.
Can we have a process in the future where maybe they could sign it or something ahead of time?
Yeah, I have an Excel spreadsheet that I also cross-checked, and I didn't see anything for you, but
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Steve Kawaratani. I did make a contribution to Hallie Jones, and I received a refund which reduced the contribution to 250.
And no contribution to me, my campaign.
No.
Right. Thank you, Steve.
You didn't support Bob?
Yeah, I don't know. How,
That's right.
I don't know how we want to do it in the future, but I mean,
It's going to be tricky to implement too, because people can show up during public comment,
Yeah.
but we'll do our best to figure out a process that's, I did check for the names we do in advance.
Okay.
thank you.
So now I'm going to open the item and Appeal A, staff presentation from Wendy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Runagi and council members. I'm Wendy Jung, Principal Planner, and the item before you is an appeal of the approval of Design Review 0285, Coastal Development Permit 240284, and a CEQA categorical exemption at 8 Rockledge Road. The slide before you is an aerial of the project site and the surrounding area. The subject property is a approximately 10,800 square foot irregular shaped lot that's located on the oceanward side of Coast Highway and at the end of Rockledge Road, which is a private street, and Rockledge Terrace, a private access easement. The site slopes to the ocean and contains a single family dwelling, 2 garages, hardscape, and landscaping. The property is listed on the city's historic register and has a Mills Act contract with the city. However, no improvements are proposed to the historic structure. A historic analysis was completed and found that the project would have no impact on the historic resource. The applicant requests design review and a coastal development permit to construct a new pool, spa, hardscape, and a new landscape plan at the rear portion of the lot in an environmentally sensitive area due to oceanfront proximity. The Design Review Board heard this project on April 25th, 2024, and during the hearing, the board received public testimony from 2 surrounding neighbors with concerns related to landscaping. After discussing the concerns that were raised by the members of the public at the hearing and also written public correspondence received, and evaluating the project's consistency with the design review criteria, the board unanimously voted 5-0 to conditionally approve the project, subject to the addition of 3 project-specific conditions, which are outlined here on this slide. The first condition is that the applicants agreed upon conditions as submitted in their letter and email on April 24th, 2024, specifically items 1 through 14, that those be incorporated into the record. Number 2, that the modification to a condition of approval number 1 be modified to reference that the plans were submitted on April 24th, 2024. And number 3, that the removal of the wall and guardrail indicated on sheet A1.1. An appeal was subsequently filed by the neighboring property owner at 7 Rockledge Road, indicating 3 points of contention. Appeal contention number 1 states that, in summary, that the construction parking will cause a public safety impact. The board made a design review finding related to access and also coastal development permit findings related to accessway and public services for the project. And they supported those findings by facts as summarized within the agenda report. Also, during the deliberations, the board discussed including a condition of approval for a construction staging plan, and this was to address neighbor concerns as well as safety for the community. At that time, staff showed a proposed condition of approval in their PowerPoint presentation and for the board's consideration. This is depicted as figure 3 on page 13 of the agenda report. And ultimately, the board did not read the desired condition of approval regarding a staging plan in its motion when approving the project. Therefore, it was not incorporated into the resolution or the project. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council add the building division's standard conditions of approval, and apologies for the text on this slide, but these conditions are restated on page 13 and 14 of the agenda report, and they're also within the resolution, specifically section 4, conditions A through G on pages 33 to 35 of the agenda report. So these conditions of approval, including the staging plan, they're intended to ensure that the proposed development as well as the temporary construction related activities, they will not improperly encroach upon any existing public access way that's legally utilized by the public during construction, and that they'll ensure adequate public roadway capacity during construction. Appeal contention 2 states that the project's geotechnical report is inadequate, that a soil study should have been prepared, and a noise and vibration study performed. So first, the geotechnical report that's referenced by the appellant in the appeal is the geotechnical bluff edge report, and this is included as attachment 12 to the agenda report. The city, as well as the California Coastal Commission, have developed procedures, and that's to locate the coastal bluff edge at any given property. And this is to establish setbacks considered necessary to protect new development and the public from any adverse effects of erosion and instability. Here, the pool is set back beyond the 25-foot bluff-top setback, and the hardscape is proposed at to end at the required 10-foot bluff-top setback. Based on this report, there are some technical details. Engineering stability analyses that were previously performed have been updated, and this is to evaluate global as well as superficial stability of the existing site conditions. And the results of the analyses indicate that the property and the bluff, including nearby properties, generally have an adequate factor of safety for gross slope stability. Contained within the Design Review Board resolution, it does state that the city's geotechnical consultant reviewed the geotechnical report and they conceptually approved the project. There are also references that were made that no irrigation shall be allowed within 10 feet of the bluff top setback, and that limited drip systems are allowed for other landscaping within the bluff top setback. Further, no development is proposed on the oceanfront bluff face except slope restoration, and that the removal of unpermitted work as required by the California Coastal Commission. However, there does not appear to be a condition of approval that requires such restrictions or requires that development to have adequate slope stability factors of safety. So therefore, staff is recommending that the City Council add additional, more restrictive conditions of approval to the project, which are stated on this slide. These are also stated on page 15 of the agenda report and in the attached resolution, section 4, conditions H through J on page 35 of the agenda report. So during board deliberations, Board Member Gibbs did note that the project proposed certain setbacks for the bluff top, from the bluff top on the property. And he noted that it was an improvement to the condition of the bluff. Further, he commented that the technical studies, which include the coastal hazard analysis, the historic report, as well as the bluff edge geotechnical bluff edge report that were prepared for the project were thorough, and that he did not know any issues with the reports. With respect to the soils report, since this project is located on a coastal bluff top, it does require full geotechnical soils reports to be submitted during the building plan check process. This is based on city policy. Although there is not a specific condition of approval that requires the geotechnical soils report within the resolution, the applicant will be required to comply with this requirement through its policy. Staff is recommending that the City Council consider adding the following more restrictive conditions of approval to the project. This is related to the geotechnical soils report being submitted during the plan check process. They're noted here on this slide, and they're also within the agenda report. And similarly, in section 4, these are conditions K and L on page 35 of the agenda report. And lastly, as the part of the second contention, the appellant's request for a noise and vibration study it's important to note this is not a requirement of the municipal code. Although there is not a specific condition of approval that requires the applicant to comply with the city's noise requirements in the municipal code, and that's specifically chapter 7.25, they are obligated to comply with this municipal code chapter both during and after construction. During board deliberations, there was a brief discussion regarding the installation of equipment on the property to monitor the improvements. And at the time, staff suggested adding the building division standard conditions of approval to address this concern. So those conditions are the same ones that I showed previously, which were the conditions A through G that are proposed in the resolution that's attached to the report. And these would address construction hours, on-site monitoring by a geotechnical engineer during excavation and grading activities, as well as documentation of any ground movement and notification to the building official of any such movement. The third contention from the appeal that was filed states that the identified CEQA exemption does not apply. The board's determination that the project was exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15304 was proper. Here, there is a pool, spa, deck, barbecue, and landscaping, which consists of minor private alterations in the condition of land, water, and/or vegetation. And these do not involve the removal of any healthy, mature scenic trees except for forestry or agricultural purposes. The project will also involve minimal disturbance to the overall landscape. It includes excavation of a small to moderate area of soil in order to accommodate the pool that would consist of approximately 60 cubic yards. And these changes are localized. They do not require substantial modifications to the project site's use nor the surrounding environment. I also wanted to note that because the City Council exercises its independent judgment and discretion with respect to CEQA determinations, the City Council may also find that the proposed project fits within the state CEQA guidelines section 15303. The examples of this exemption include, but are not limited to, new construction of accessory structures, including swimming pools, and the project, which includes a pool, falls within the Class 3 exemption, and in fact is even smaller in scope than some of the other examples that are provided, such as the construction of a single-family residence. Additionally, here there is no evidence of any unusual circumstance, any unusual or special conditions that would result in a significant effect of the environment. Building a swimming pool and adding landscaping to a single-family residence that is located on a coastal bluff does not constitute unusual circumstances. So this evening, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and to modify the Design Review Board's decision to approve the project by adding more restrictive conditions of approval and finding that the action is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15303 and 15304. Correspondence has been received from the applicant's agent that is related to imposing new conditions of approval, and that correspondence has been provided to the council for consideration. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Very thorough presentation. Are there any questions for staff at this point? Seeing no questions, we're gonna I'm gonna open public testimony. And so in terms of the order, we're gonna start with 5 minutes to the appellant. And then people in support of the appellant can speak at that time for 3 minutes. And then we're going to go to the applicant, who will have 5 minutes. And then people in opposition to the appeal or in support of the project will have 3 minutes per person. And then finally, the appellant will have 2 minutes to provide rebuttal to the comments made by the applicant. So we'll start off with 5 minutes for the appellant. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for saving the best for last. Members of the council, thank you very much. My name is Brian Ward, and I am the owner of number 7 Rockledge, the appellant. I want to start by saying that Rockledge Roads is, as many of you know, a historically significant street, and many of the houses on the street date back to 1926. They're charming beach cottages on a very historical street. The geology and the history of Rockledge, in my opinion, demonstrates that a bluff edge facing infinity edge pool is incompatible and potentially a danger to the surrounding properties, and especially my property at number 7 Rockledge. Which again, number 7 Rockledge is the original Rockledge cottage that was built in 1926 and at one time owned all the land on Rockledge Road. When I purchased the property, I made the conscious decision to approach a sympathetic restoration on my property in order to preserve the original structures of my home. And many others on the street have done the same thing. And so doing, I hired a local architect who also owns and restored a historic cottage. My landscape architect, many of you know, also lives in Laguna Beach and has restored a historical cottage. And I did that in order to ensure that every step that I took was to preserve the original structure at number 7. And obviously, I think people need to do more of that. The issue here is my home, again, dates back to 1926, and the foundation upon which the home is built and the retaining wall along the bluff edge of number 7 is not capable of sustaining any major excavation or pile driving into the bedrock. And if this pool has any of those types of characteristics, it's going to pose a major risk to my property. I've asked my geotechnical consultant to come before you tonight to talk about some of the geologic implications that we know about based upon the limited information that we've reviewed. Typically a pool like this, an infinity edge pool, would involve driving piles into the bedrock that, again, would undermine the integrity. The way that these conditions currently read, the moment you approve this project, I am excluded from the process. And which means that I no longer have the right to review and approve any studies that are done on the property from this point forward, or provide any input, for those studies. Can't have my geotechnical consultant do it, take a look at it as well, which is exactly why I proposed to be a party of the agreement or have you look at this project when it's a little bit more advanced and there's technical studies that can address issues like excavation, specific excavation, and any piles and penetration to bedrock that needs to be done. Where my property exists relative to this site is on a direct downslope to the pool area that's being excavated for, which means that based upon the configuration of the coastal bluff edge, if you draw a line down the slope line, it goes underneath my property and right to my retaining wall. So it's only fair that I be involved in that process. But again, these conditions eliminate me from the process entirely. And I'll make an example. It says here that in your conditions, that the geotechnical engineer shall be required to conduct on-site monitoring. What it should say is on-site and off-site monitoring. It doesn't do that. So typically in these kinds of undertakings, it's not unusual and very common to put off-site monitoring so you can address, again, adjacent properties. I see my time is up, but there's a number of traffic and safety issues as well. The parcel map that was shown by staff is not accurate. Most of the properties on Rockledge Road and Rockledge Terrace have street frontage of between 30 and 60 lineal feet. Number 8 has less than 15 lineal feet. It also is directly adjacent to our community's only fire hydrant. So if you park or stage heavy equipment in front of the road, on their property, you block our fire hydrant and you block the cul-de-sac, which is the only area that our community has to stage emergency vehicles. It's a major undertaking. It's way over-designed and not necessary. I believe it's completely incompatible with the look and feel of a historical, coastal bluff along Rockledge. And I recommend that staff support my appeal and deny the project. I'm completely fine with the proposed or the existing approved plan on this project that was approved back in 2018, which has a small pool on it. It's a jacuzzi. I think that's completely appropriate and that it was appropriate for staff to approve it. And that's the plan that I believe staff should support. Thank you.
And so now anyone in support of the appellant, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Hanson, a registered geotechnical engineer with the state of California. With regards to geotechnical concerns for this project, the original reports upon which the design review board took a look at and reviewed in determining their approval of this project, they were actually older reports. It was 2018, and that was a report was for the remodel of the house and for a small for rear yard improvements, but they only included, concrete walkways, patios, and then a smaller jacuzzi and that jacuzzi was proposed quite a bit of ways from the top of the slope. So it wasn't much of an issue. But the current plans now are and there was the second report was a bluff edge report. The bluff edge determination was, in my opinion, spot on. However, that report had stability calculations that were based on just the minor improvements that were proposed at that time. They didn't include the proposed grading and drainage that is now proposed. It also did not include any potential loads from this much larger pool that is going to be proposed now. So it's not really representative of what the impact that this currently proposed construction will have on the overall slope stability of the site. And then with respect to, so the slope stability, in my opinion, kind of needs to be updated in order to really know whether this new construction is going to have an impact on the overall slope stability. The other concern is that this pool is much bigger. It goes from basically across the whole entire width of the existing house. So one edge of that pool is coming in close proximity to 7 Rockledge that has existing walls. It has an existing retaining wall that are kind of historic walls. They were built like back in the 1920s, 26, I think. So they're just kind of a rock and mortar construction. They probably, back in those days, they had really shallow footings. So what those old reports don't address is how deep the excavation will be along that side of the property, how deep it will be, how far it will be from that wall, from the existing wall, and whether shoring is going to be needed along that to protect that wall and to keep it from being undermined. And then finally, because of the size of this pool, and because it's, sorry, my time's up, because it's an infinity edge pool, those kind of pools have to be designed for zero settlement, which usually means that the pool is going to have to be on piles that go down in the bedrock that are deep. And the issue with going deep into the bedrock is that the drilling into that hard bedrock creates a lot of vibration. And also, if shoring is needed along that side, those piles will also cause vibration, which is a major concern to the existing house. It's a historic building that's on just, it's got raised wood floors, just small little shallow pad footings. So they're worried about the vibration causing damage to adjacent structures and walls.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other speakers in support of the appellant? If not, we're going to give 5 minutes to the applicant to provide a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Runagi and members of the City Council. My name is Larry Noakes, and I am here representing Brian Webb, who is probably snowed in someplace in the Midwest. Not a contributor, by the way. He did verify that. He is watching. All of these issues that were raised by Mr. Ward were raised at the Design Review Board hearing, and he was heard at that time. What I'm not seeing from the appellant is any kind of a geotechnical report saying that the geotechnical studies prepared by Geosoils or by Dave Skelly, wave impact and ocean impact studies, are flawed in any way. The fact is that this project does not contemplate any piles. This project does not contemplate any deep foundations. It's going to be a self-supporting pool. When we reviewed this in October, there were a number of conditions of approval that have been placed into a proposed staff report. That's the reason that we asked for this to be continued, including Mr. Ward's concerns about a tree at his house, things, 70 decibel noise limitation, all of those things needed to go. And now I believe, and I want to publicly acknowledge that Wendy and Megan and whoever else helped put this proposed resolution together, comparing the design review board comments with what was actually stated and what was actually approved, were absolutely outstanding. And the analysis was excellent. While ordinarily we would say that there is absolutely no basis to modify the approvals because it was a 5-0 approval and all of this stuff was thoroughly discussed, and there is no demonstration, there was a mistake of law. In going through and listening to the hearing again, which I try to do whenever I'm involved in one of these, it was pretty clear that the design review board did reference the handout that is cited in the staff report by Wendy, and the provisions that are laid out in the revised resolutions. I think they're categorized as being more restrictive. I think they're really clarifying, and I think they're really helpful. The clarifying restrictions with regard to the parking plan, I think, are very consistent with what the design review board actually discussed and what was before them and presented at the hearing. And so I don't have a problem with those going into the resolution as being more restrictive. The geotechnical findings, we have a geotechnical report. It's attached. Stony Miller did it. It has been peer reviewed by the city and it's been approved. But we don't have a problem with the additional restriction that was cited in the proposed recommendation. And with regard to the CEQA analysis, we think that the city attorney, her analysis of the CEQA provisions are spot on. And I believe that Wendy, I agree with Wendy that either 15304 or 15303 could be adopted to justify the categorical exemption. So with that, I don't have anything further. We do support the denial of the appeal and the adoption of the proposed conditions, and we ask that this project be approved tonight. Steve Quaratani is here to answer any questions if you have any with regard to the project. And again, I want to thank Wendy and Megan and anybody else who worked on this. It was a complicated thing to put together.
Larry, maybe this is a question for Steve, but in your comments, you said, there's no drilling down in the bedrock that's required. What's the basis of that?
It's this structural design. This is going to be a hand excavated pool project. They're just going to be using shovels, maybe pneumatic shovels. And it's going to be a fairly gentle thing. And based on the site conditions that Stony Miller has identified, we don't anticipate that there is going to be any problem at all. But we are not going to do any piles. We're not going to do any deepened footings. We're not going to do any deep caissons. It's structurally a good project, and it's should not have any impact at all on Mr. Ward's house.
So the geotechnical report that you have is not based on the old project? It's based on the current project?
The 2022 project report, and as I understand it, is based on this project, updated for this project, not for the old project. Is that correct, Steve? Anything else? Thank you.
So at this point, we'll take testimony for 3 minutes each for individuals in support of the applicant. No one? Okay, then we're going to go back to the appellant. Mr. Ward will have 2 minutes to respond to anything that you've heard.
Thank you. My understanding from my geotechnical consultant who reviewed those reports was that the report that was included in staff's was was the old report, not a new report. And again, that report did not address the design, the specific design of the new pool, the depth of the new pool, to even be able to ascertain whether or not footings would be required, how much excavation would be done, or exactly how that would be done. Again, I fall back on some of the issues I stated earlier about the safety of staging any kind of excavation like that on Rockledge Road at this particular location. Again, because of proximity, this cul-de-sac is our only staging area for emergency vehicles, and it just can't be clogged up with excavated material and excavation equipment. Again, the fire hydrant is directly adjacent to the driveway. The garages are pulled forward on this site, and there's only 15 feet, less than 15 feet of street frontage for this property. It's impossible to do this without violating the rules of our community and imposing a health and safety risk on our residents. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to close public testimony and then questions for, so I guess staff, do you have any responses to anything that you've heard before you have questions from the council? No. So which report, I'm trying to get clarity here. So there's on page 154, that's not the geotechnical report, right? That's the coastal hazard analysis, which is different than the geotechnical report. Where's the geotechnical report?
So on 168 is the updated geotechnical bluff edge report. And that was specifically to identify the bluff edge so that we could determine the adequate or the correct setbacks for the project.
So the geotechnical report has not been done because, right, because that, it's not required, is that why? Or?
Well, a geotechnical soils report is required for when you're constructing a new pool on a property that's on a coastal bluff. But that the city has a policy, so it's referenced within the agenda report. There's a handout that's on the city's website that's called "When a geotechnical soils report is required," and so that's typically submitted during the building plan check process, and it's peer reviewed by the city's peer reviewer.
And question for the city attorney, from a CEQA perspective, if our code, could that be an unusual circumstance that would make the class, is it class 3 exemption? Would that be an exception to the exemption?
I don't believe so. I think that it fits within the exemption and doesn't trigger the exception. Are you saying if the soils report?
If our code says that we need it, that has a requirement for that, is that saying, why, I guess, why is that not a technical study for purposes of CEQA?
It's as I understand it, the studies that are necessary to make the determination for DRB are considered and have been considered for CEQA purposes, and that this is a building code provision that is implemented for purposes of ensuring that everything is what it needs to be in order to excavate or whatever. So it's a building code requirement as opposed to a technical study for the discretionary decision.
With that said, I mean, it's a little odd. I wasn't really aware of that handout that you're referencing. But the results of that report could affect the ultimate design. It just depends on how far they wanted to take any structural elements that are going to be needed based on the report. So I guess if they made a decision after they brought that report in during plan check and they wanted to make revisions, they'd have to go back through DRB?
If those were substantial changes to the project scope, then yes.
So
if it exceeds the scope of the approval, then it will have to go back to DRB.
What's the scope? You mean like the surface area?
The size of the proposed pool and spa, the proposed grading. And the
So
location.
there's a statement on page 18 of the staff report. So where do we derive this from? It says the project will involve minimal disturbance to overall landscape, including excavation of a small to moderate area of soil to accommodate the pool consisting of 60 cubic yards. So where does that come from?
So the quantity of the grading is taken from the project plans. There's a project summary table that's located on the title sheet that identifies the amount of grading.
Okay. So, I mean, would this geotechnical soils report possibly result in a conclusion that you had to do caissons or drilling into bedrock, or not necessarily? I'm just trying to understand whether the contentions that the appellant is raising with respect to, possibly going into bedrock and creating vibration and that sort of issue could occur as a result of the geotechnical soils report.
So hard to say because I'm not an expert, a geotechnical expert, but my understanding is that when the report is prepared by a geotechnical engineer and then peer reviewed by the city's consultant, if at that time there's conditions or modifications that need to be implemented into the project in order to meet the code or the standards, those would be relayed, and then at that time, the applicant would have to determine if they have to revise their project or modify the kind of the extent of constructing that pool. But I defer to the geotechnical experts on that.
Well, let me ask it a different way, because counsel for the applicant has said that it's going to be a hand-dug pool, maybe pneumatic shovels, no caissons. So if it came back, the determination came back from the geotechnical soils report that no, you need more than that, you need shoring, or you need, caissons into bedrock or something to support this pool, would that be a change outside the scope of what's already been approved?
Potentially. I think that there is a condition that's added that says that the project is contingent upon the results of the geotechnical report, which must demonstrate the development will have adequate slope stability factors of safety of 1.5 to 1.2, static to pseudostatic. And I think that if the slope, as I understand that condition, that derives from the analysis in the Bluff Edge geotechnical report, and that in doing this analysis that there has to be they have to demonstrate an adequate factor in their geotechnical report for gross slope stability of that 1.5. So if the conditions change and they violate that ratio effectively, then it will also determine that they need to go back for DRB modification.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, I don't know enough about this, but if you can achieve that slope stability by, putting in 40 caissons, right? Which would be a massive project. I'm making up the number. That's very different than, a pool where you excavate 60 cubic yards. So I'm just trying to understand the outer parameters. I mean, I have no issue if it ends up being exactly as Mr. Noakes described it, which is, no caissons, no boring into bedrock. And the reason I raise it, there have been other projects in town where adjacent neighbors have been significantly affected by caisson drilling into, a pneumatic boom, 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 and, their house next door just built. I'm not talking about this one, but built in 1930 or something, is starting to do this. So that's, like I say, if it goes the way Larry described it, I mean, I have no issue with it. But if it turns into you got to support this thing with, a lot of structure in the ground, that seems to me to be different than what we're all thinking we're approving tonight.
If I may add for clarification, so if there was a change in, and rather than using a hand shovel and then they require some additional equipment um, that's larger, that isn't something that would trigger it to go back to design review board. So these conditions of approval that are on page 34, 33 to 35 of the agenda report, several of those are standard conditions from the building division, and they specifically, if you look at G on page 34, and it does talk about how that a geotechnical engineer shall be required to conduct on-site monitoring of the site during excavation and grading. And then also that they have to document this and to provide it to the building official if there's any such movement. And then if you look at also condition number K, the geotechnical soils report shall be subject to approval by the city's building official. So all of these things would be handled during the building plan check process and prior to building permit issuance. And it would be under the discretion of the building official, not the design review board at that time.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm not sure that answers my question, though. Right?
I think the issue, Wendy, is at what point does, if it's been sent to the building official, at what point do those where does the building official's ability to say, okay, this pool is approved or this pool is beyond the scope of what was approved by DRB and needs to go back? Given the testimony we've heard tonight, do we know can we have a clear explanation of what that trigger is based on the project? Is there,
Can I throw one other thing into the whole conversation? So if there is a geological report done on it, and then a geoengineer engineers the system based on that report, what this is saying here in L, and this is very common, they have a geotechnical engineer on site doing an analysis and checking, because they just originally do the core samples and it's not a comprehensive analysis of the whole thing when they do the design. So I think, Bob, this might answer your question. If the engineer says, I want 2 more caissons over there, that happens in the field. And he'll do a little, change on the plan and submit it to the building official, but that's kind of not predetermined because it's not recognized until they're actually excavating. Does that make sense? That's why they have these site visits.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It just seems like a 60 cubic yard excavation could turn into a much bigger, a much bigger grading and a much bigger excavation and shoring. The building official may require a shoring plan. I don't know. I mean, how do we know what's going to happen here?
I think they answered the biggest part is procedurally. I mean, right, they did the original geo, and if in fact it is a current geo and not based on the old plan, then that's how you usually move forward. You move forward based on that data, and then if anything comes up while it's under construction, you just have to alter the design based on the circumstances that are uncovered while it's under construction. I don't know of another way to do it.
The report first.
No, you do the report, but the report is based on a couple of samples that are taken all over the site. And then once you really start getting into it, and if the geologist and the engineer says, oh no, this is not quite what we thought it was, that, and we thought there was bedrock, the report shows bedrock over there, but it fell off and there's no bedrock here. Go another 40 feet down until you hit bedrock or whatever. Does that make sense?
I think that's why the appellant has, the anxiety about it, right?
I understand that. I'm just saying that that happens to be a typical way of going about.
But if we don't have the
building.
report now, based on the current plans,
Well, what I understand is, so is the report based on the current plans or the old plan?
So the geotechnical bluff edge report is based upon the current conditions and then also based upon the proposed scope of this project. But it's not getting, I think, into the level of detail that the appellant is looking for, which is something that would happen during building plan check with the geotechnical soils report.
is this site's in the appealable coastal zone?
Yes.
And that is because it really just addresses the bluff.
Correct, because under the board's discretion, what their discretion is with, like, when they review the project, they're looking at the location of
Right,
the
I
the
understand.
pool and the
Yeah.
size, and actually grading was not a design review trigger for this project. So typically, or so in the code, it says grading in excess of 20 cubic yards triggers design review when it's outside the building footprint. But for swimming pools, when you excavate for a swimming pool, that isn't something that triggers design review. But the location of the pool was under their discretion.
Could I suggest a potential solution here, which is based on the applicant's council's representation that this is going to be 60 cubic yards? No, I can't remember exactly what you said, to be honest, but we could say that that is the scope, period. And so if it exceeds that,
Yeah.
then it will have to go back to DRB. And so, and it still has to comply with the geotechnical reports and all the building requirements that are typically required. But we can just clearly draw the line in the sand as to what the council understands the scope of the pool to be. So if it is in excess of that, then it will have to come back for further review.
Is there a way for, in the condition K, it talks about how there's the geotechnical soils report that's going to be submitted and peer reviewed at the applicant's cost to the building division. I understand that that's a ministerial process and the city's building officials making that decision, but is there a reason why the appellant wouldn't be able to provide input on that?
We can't delegate our land use authority or our building authority to another person. So that's why we have our building official make decisions.
The building official would still make this decision, but then but that decision could be, maybe they would get the report from the appellant and they would say, oh, this doesn't make, they wouldn't agree with it.
I don't know what the process would be, though. I mean, that's outside, that's sort of outside our whole.
Well, it's a restrictive condition.
But I think it's effectively an opportunity for a peer review of a building
I see what you're saying.
process.
Well, I kind of like the idea, maybe we need to ask the applicant, but of, setting some outer limit on the grading
Yeah, I think
as
it's a
the
good
scope. And that's because that's what they think it is, and that's what everybody thinks it is. And if it comes back and it's, much bigger than that, then have another look at it.
Yeah, I think that's
I think that's great.
fair way to proceed.
What would you propose, Bob?
Well, I mean, I'm just sort of I think the applicant needs to come up and speak to this, but if we stated in here that, if it exceeds 60 or, maybe you make it 10% to 66 or something cubic yards, to give a little bit of leeway, then it comes back, something like that.
Hi again, Steve Guaratani. I like Megan's idea of putting a limit on the pool. It's contemplated, as Larry described, to have this as self-supporting. However, the major report, and Mark has the most experience with this, happens when you turn in the construction drawings, Bob. And there'll be more extensive testing, and it'll be up to the discretion of the building official if the solution that our geologist is presenting is adequate. Now, if it turns out that this is going to exceed what has been contemplated, two things could happen. The pool may not move forward because we really can't bring any heavy equipment back in there any longer. And it may indeed be a spa. You know, we don't contemplate that occurring, but if we put a limit based on what the building official says, and again, the soils engineer, as Mark has stated, will do more extensive testing. Staff has decided that the design review board doesn't really have the expertise to review this. That's why it's not complete, it's preliminary. And when we get to building, then we'll have a much better idea. Again, all of our preliminary analysis from the updated report from 2022 indicates that the pool will be self-supporting. But we will take that limit as recommended by Megan. And I wonder if should it go to the board or should it come back to council?
Just bring it's here and just bring it back here. What, I don't know. What
It would be an amendment to the, as I see it, and I think it would be an amended DRB, it would be an amended design review. So I think it has to, under our code, go to design review. I was going to ask if there was an admin avenue here that might streamline it. Sorry to put you on the spot.
So Megan, the concern is damage to the adjacent property, right?
That's what I understand that to be the appellant's concern.
I mean, technically they could hand dig.
Well, I think you can condition that was the representation, right? That it would
I mean, you
be,
could just condition it on no heavy equipment and that it's all manual excavation. And that way, if they wanted to dig, I mean, you could dig a 10-foot caisson by a hole without using a drill rig. It's not fun, but it can be done. So I would just say that the excavation has to be done by hand and there's no heavy equipment.
what if there is a need for caissons? Do we?
Well, like I said, you can technically, it depends. I mean, well, then then they'd have to come back, I guess, or.
I mean, yeah, that's where I think we're sort of all a little bit guessing as to what the future circumstances are, but that's why I recommend these outer limits, give as much guidance as possible, perhaps give a little leeway, perhaps give the community development director the ability to allow for minor alterations to try to accommodate minor changes that may need to occur, but give, is what you think to be reasonable in these circumstances based on the evidence you've heard this evening.
Well, I heard the applicant say they were accepting of the limit on the grading and would agree to come back.
And does that include the hand digging?
Yeah, I think I mean, that's the representation, right? So there'd be no heavy equipment and the grading wouldn't exceed, I would say it's in here at 60, but you never, increase it 10% and say 66 cubic yards and leave it at that.
That seems reasonable. Would you like to give the community development director the ability for a minor modification in the event that there's something unforeseen related to this? Or otherwise it would have to go back through DRB through an amendment to the DR.
You mean something related to the grading?
Yeah,
or the
exactly.
construction of the pool?
Grading or, yeah.
Yeah, I think if it's,
Well, the minor modification, I guess, was him saying an additional 10%.
That's
So-
true. Yeah, maybe you've already addressed it with your contingency.
so I think if we said no heavy equipment and grading, excavation not to exceed 66 cubic yards, and just.
And then do we have, because we could base that off of CDP finding number 5, that the proposed development will minimize the alterations of natural landforms and will not reduce will not result in undue risk from geological and erosional forces and or flood and fire hazards. That could be the basis for it.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like we're just like, doing geology from the dais, but that's what our CDP requires us to do,
Effectively.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so we just need a motion to adopt the resolution and add this additional condition where?
See. We can add it to section 4 as condition M.
Condition M?
And Wendy, did we have anything else we needed to amend in the resolution, or we're good otherwise?
There was one thing that I noticed that's minor, but I think if we're here and we want to state it for the record. So I did notice on page 32 of the agenda report, section 3, where it discusses CEQA. It's referencing section 15304 of the state CEQA guidelines. It's the second sentence in section 3. It says existing facilities class 4. It should read minor alterations to land.
Thank you.
So would condition M say something like, the scope of the project shall not exceed 66 cubic yards of excavation and shall not utilize heavy equipment in connection with the construction of the pool?
Be done through hand excavation.
Okay, with that addition, and Wendy's clarification, I would move the adoption of the resolution as amended.
okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. So we will adjourn the meeting to our next regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks.